Hey everyone, I gotta grab my coffee, so I'll be right back. Ah, okay. Oh, that's pretty good. Alright, how you doing everyone? Sure, everything's good. Well, I know the strings are good, that's fine. Someone's alive? It's definitely not me. This week has been really hectic for me. Like, even today is a little bit hectic. But definitely, this past week has been hectic. Feels like Christmas is like the month where I stress the most out of for financial situations. Plus, this coming week, I'll be working 12-hour shifts because money. And I'm pretty sure that I gotta go see the family for Christmas and don't want me to stay over for the night. And all that stuff. It's like, man, I just wanna not deal with life for like a month after this. Can I just be a hermit for a whole month? Just close myself off? I say the only fun part of like the whole hectic situation the past week Has been playing Tekken with my work buddies. It's like I'm a kid again when I'm playing a fighting game. What is this? Oh, that's looking really nice. I like how she's still censored. That's funny. Is this a time to prove if you're a hedgehog or a fox? No, not quite. I choose exile. Oh my god. Thanks, Dylan, for the gift. And congratulations to Least Mystical for the sub. Or membership for YouTube's case. Hope you enjoy it. Thanks very much, Dylan. I always appreciate it. I mean, I have not been able to just sit down and just relax for quite a while this past week. Because at work, I've been working, obviously. But then I've also been looking for other jobs. I've also been... I had to do this Secret Santa thing that they didn't tell everyone when it was going to be done. Except it was on group chat, and I don't look at a group chat, but that was done on like the day before it's supposed to happen. So I was scrambling for that night, trying to figure out like what present I could buy for the person I've been assigned to. And then at the same exact time, I'm getting messages saying like, hey, it's Tekken time. You're playing, right? I'm like, oh yeah, I'm supposed to play Tekken that night. Damn it. So I've been doing backflips and front flips and side flips, doing all that stuff. I eventually got things done with that one. Then I played Tekken. And I did well, I would say. And then the next day, I had to do the Secret Santa thing, and then the potluck thing, and all that work-related stuff. Just did not have time to do anything. Oh, also, I got double charge at a shop. Korean back, yeah. It's Korean wave dash, but yeah. Korean backdash, Korean wave. Well, it's called Korean backdash, but I think the wave dashing is actually just called wave dashing. Yeah. Yeah, and it got double charged at a shop. No Christmas work party. There was a Christmas work party. Yes, that happened yesterday. Wave dash for Mishimas. I do play Jin as my secondary. My primary is Lily. I am Maidling overword. I wouldn't quite say that. Maidling's on a whole different level compared to me. Oh, also the job I'm interviewing for, they do automated interviews so that they send you, because it's a remote job, so they send you a link and then you just do this interview over a video with this AI. And I did that, and then I was waiting for the next instructions, and then they sent me a link to do another interview, and it's the same exact interview. So I did that twice. And I'm like, okay. So I sent them a message and like, hey, I did it again, but you guys sent me the same link the same time. They sent the same link again. I'm just letting you guys know so that you guys don't do it again. drone pilots. Yeah, I don't think I can do drone piloting. It sounds fun, but I don't think I can do that for hours on end. So yeah, it's gonna be nice to just sit down and chill for a little bit. That said, I have been able to keep up with some games. I recently, like, just a bit of a housekeeping, I guess. Say what I've been up to in terms of the gacha side. Still playing this game. I've recently, well, I play games at work now, so I kind of need like a game where it's not highly attention heavy at work, and it's a little bit convenient. So, Girls Frontline is one of those games, but I'm not gonna lie to you, the gameplay is, especially on auto battle, is so boring that I don't even want to play at work. So I'm not doing that. Instead, I did Chaos Theory Nightmare for a while, but then I got burnt out on that. Like, I'm finally burnt out on that until the update, I guess. So I actually picked up a verse 1999, and that was actually fun. Verse 1999 is actually pretty fun. I was actually pretty shocked on how good the game looks and how I skipped the story because I was playing at work. I didn't have time to watch the story. But based on the bits I've seen, it looks really interesting. But the gameplay, it feels like the natural evolution of FGO. And I was like, oh, they could do something good here. So yeah, I am getting into that. But then going by the Chaos Theory Nightmare, they just recently had their roadmap today, actually, this morning at 4 o'clock, and I watched that. And the stuff they showed is actually pretty promising. My only real gripe is that the stuff that people are really asking for is pushed back to like February instead of like in January. So there might be a drought in January because people are going to be waiting for February. I think that was a misplay on their part. So yeah, that's about all I've been looking into. Enough yakking from me about my life, I guess. Let's get into this. I want Corposant fast. Oh, I wasn't talking about Girls Frontline. Corposant should be after Lainey's event, so we're going to have a month, so that should be on February. Or maybe March. 3 weeks. 3 weeks. Yeah, it should be like late February or early March. One of those two. For Corposant. We love Yapping Down. All systems aboard the Elmo are operating normally for now. Though the road to Lviv isn't exactly smooth, we were winding through the mountains for some time and ran into some trouble earlier, but it's been dealt with, for now, at least. The convoluted route the Elmo is taking has probably made it hard to track. We've been worried about pursuers, but neither Darcher nor Bluespear, the one who attacked Kukai's team, ever showed up. That's good. Keep moving to left. Then this transmission will. What? Even though I already suspected as much when I learned of Helena's connection to Paradise, I still wanted to hear it directly from Colleen. You knew Paradise had surfaced, didn't you? Are you making you work on 24th, 25th? They will make me work on Eve, but not the day. So I'll be working on Wednesday. And so this is like a really stupid thing that they did. So my work shift is from, I have like, basically like a midday shift. So I work from 12 o'clock to 9, normally. Sort of like, hey, just so that we can spend time with our families easier, let's all go to work at 7 in the morning. It's like, okay, so you want us to work extra hours this next week, this Christmas week, from 9 o'clock in the morning to 9 o'clock at night, so 12-hour shifts on Monday and Tuesday. And then on Wednesday, you want us to work from 7 in the morning to 4. So basically, you want us to go 12-hour shifts and then basically go home, do nothing and fall asleep, and then wake up and then immediately go back to work. You might as well just tell us to stay the entire time at work. But yeah, that's their plan. I told them I'm not doing that. So my manager said to just put down PTO for like 3 hours on that day. So that's what I'm doing. So I'm going to work at 10 instead. But I had to use PTO to do that, which is stupid. They shouldn't have done that in the first place. Yeah, that's like really dumb. But yeah, I do have Thursday off. Just pull your pants down and the fucking will be less painful. Yeah, sure. I don't know, they thought they were doing us a favor, I guess. Because I guess there were complaints that we were working at all on Thursday. Because they didn't have time to spend time with their families. But yeah, this was not the way to do it. You even sent 404 to investigate. Why didn't you tell me? I'm sorry, at first, all I had were vague rumors. I didn't want to cause unnecessary panic before anything was confirmed. That's all. Helen lowers her eyes. Times had made her more mature, but to me, it's only a thin veil draped over her emotions. I can still see her guilt as clearly as ever. At first, I thought it was just about investigating illegal operations in private armed forces run by major corporations in the White Zones. It was only later that I realized it was much more dangerous than that. Company gotcha skin drama moment. Yeah, I would say a fair amount of people are actually quite upset about that. But the majority of people who are upset, they either already put down PTO or they're just not coming in on that day. But for me, I kind of had to go in because I need money. So that is their grip over me. They're the only one giving me money right now. I didn't know what this thread would unravel into. To be honest, I kind of regret forwarding Helena's request to you back then. I haven't fought a war in years, but I'm not as fragile as you think. I mean, if you were in a safe zone and with Naphtha still around, even a company as dominant as Odessa, as a Gerard group, would think twice before targeting us. But the Yellow Zones are different. Out there, the highest god is nature. And beneath nature, the most ruthless and chaotic thing is humanity itself. The Elmo traveling alone through the Yellow Zones is like a ship adrift in the open sea. It could capsize at any moment. I was afraid that if this kept up, both the ML and you would end up in some predicament where there's no way out, and I wouldn't be able to help. I wouldn't even be able to reach you in time if something happened. I didn't want to lose contact with you again. Back then. Ling's voice trembles. The scar from the year still runs deep between us. A ravine that's never healed. I don't know how to comfort her. I can't explain everything yet either. Better to end this topic for now. I heard about OD01. The Gerard group's getting bolder. You should be careful. The sudden change of subject brings a flash of disappointment to Colleen's eyes, but the veil of time quickly covers it again. Sure. I'm not that little girl anymore, Commander. I know. But thank you for your concern. You take care too, Commander. You bastard. I'd love to send more, but it's very tight at the moment since I don't know how much I'll do in Japan. Oh yeah, it's fine, Dylan. You know, I always appreciate it, but definitely take care of yourself first. And also, have fun in Japan. As a touring site, I know is actually very good to tour in. How long are you staying there? Is it for a month? I hope it's a month. I feel like a week is too short. The giant screen over the city plaza is playing the news. Breaking news! The large-scale chaos caused by the Gerard Group's automatons continues, affecting the white-stone city of Odessa and all the subordinates, green zones, and purification zones. That was very fucking... How was that ominous? Hey, as a touring site, is actually very good. As a site as a place to live, though, it's a very different story. But as long as he's not planning on living there, he should be fine. Just based on my own research, because I also wanted to go to Japan for a while. Today, at the press conference held at the Gerard Group's headquarters, Oblast Parliament member and chairman of the Gerard Group, Rubik Girard, issued a formal apology and explanation. Staying 16 days. 16 days is not ideal in my opinion, but it's still definitely enough to explore with, for sure. Personally, I would have aimed for a month. Here's the last footage from the conference. The recent malfunctions in Girard's automatons have severely impacted residents' lives and delayed the purification project. We extend our deepest apologies. The cause of the mechanical malfunctions have been preliminarily identified. In our efforts to meet Odessa's industrial demands, we overemphasize production efficiency related to technical vulnerabilities. We are currently in the process of recalling all affected units. Additionally, our technicians are working with the government agencies to resolve all related incidents as soon as possible. We believe order will soon be restored in the affected areas. Once the cause is fully verified, we'll hold another press conference to explain in detail. Please rest assured that the Gerard Group absolutely and completely have the ability to take full responsibility for this accident. Full responsibility, my ass! If they're so capable, why are they the ones pulling overtime instead of... Why are we the ones pulling overtime instead because of it? Lena tears her gaze away from the plaza's big screen and looks towards the slowly moving crowd behind the police line. Cause a job, huh? You're a very successful job, for that matter. But so that makes sense. Under Leva's command, the dolls are assisting the PSA and dispersing the protest march. The demonstrators carry banners denouncing Gerard and protesting unchecked industrial expansions. Dealing with those automatons have already been bad enough. Now we have to help those protests under control too. Some people even yell at us, and we can't yell back! If you ask me, that Rurik should be dragged out into the street and face the people's angers himself. If he really showed up, things would only get worse for us. Just bear with it. He deserves it. And the Oblast government is no better. Buying most of the security droids from Gerard was bad enough, but even factory tools, vehicles, and household microwaves are all Gerard made. Isn't that insane? That's exactly what's scary. Gerard's monopoly has quietly and insidiously made Odessa's residents dependent on it. If Gerard collapses, their daily lives collapse too. No wonder both the government and the public turned a blind eye before. Now they're paying for it. Lena glares at the packed protesters with exasperation. I bet Rurik, also having a rough time right now. Betrayed by his own third-gen doll with his servers sabotaged and still having to keep the damaged data centers hidden from the public. He's swallowing a very bitter pill. Oh, a very bitter pill. Only you could say so optimistic, Leva. How else could I cope if I didn't? That third-gen doll beat me so badly my neural cloud got scrambled. Now all I can do is help maintain public order. Leva shrugs and hands the end of a loose police tape to Rebella, who reattaches it to a street lamp. That's not the real reason, is it? You're not the only one. I can't use cyber warfare to shut down those rogue automatons anymore either. Who knows? Ever since the chaos started, those affected automatons have become almost impossible to hack from level 2. Everything has to be resolved through physical combat. It sure got that old school vibe. Well, at least my shooting actually is still decent, even if I can't keep up with even combats. But how's that fair? Shouldn't we all be equally bad at it? Yeah. What's with that reaction? Lena squirms a little at Leva's puzzled look. Rebella quietly moves closer to Leva and asks in a low voice. Leva, do you think this chaos was staged by Gerard? Or caused by that mysterious doll? It's possible Gerard's dragging things out to buy time and destroy evidence, but this mess is too big. It's even affecting construction in nearby purification zones. And with the election at such a critical stage, I doubt Rurik wants this kind of scene right now. The investigation into that mysterious doll and the third-gen prototypes has been forced to stop too. Yeah. Until Gerard plugs the loopholes in the system, the chaos in Odessa won't end. To maintain relations with the Oblast government, Nampa can only prioritize keeping order, like we're doing now. That makes it even more likely that the doll is behind this. Bingo! As pathetic as it sounds, I really hope our dear Rurik turns out to be a bit more competent. Him? Competent? Even the government office equipment is like a time bomb now. Just yesterday, Major Fedya mug almost exploded along with his coffee machine. Good thing Alva was nearby and put out the fire in time. Hearing her name, Alva, who is ushering the protest line along, turns her head. The fastest one to grab the spy extinguisher was Sabo. But 80% of the phone went all over Major Fedya. Sabo, you totally did that on purpose, didn't you? Sapo jogs over from the back and shoots a glance at Fedya, who is managing order on the other side of the street. That guy just gave me bad vibes. Couldn't resist the chance. You're suspecting the Major Fadya? Not exactly. Just a hunch. Sapo sniffs the air, frowning. He smells like a bureaucrat. Yuck, he stinks. He came away with only a broken mug and a ruined uniform. He got off lightly. Alright, that's enough. Colleen told us to cooperate with Major Fadya, remember? How about cutting back on the pranks? Good thing Alva helped yesterday. Otherwise, how were we supposed to explain why you sprayed him without even putting out the fire? How would I handle it even without Alva? Knowing full well she's in the wrong, Sapo slings back to Rebella's side. Neva shakes her head helplessly. Thanks, Alva. It was nothing. It wasn't a serious incident. I don't mean to fight yesterday. Protecting my body back in the underground lab, helping maintain public order here, now. None of this was part of your mission, is it? You're supposed to be doing something more important. Sorry, overheard you in the comms the day before yesterday. I thought you'd respond right away and leave us. You're short of personnel, and I couldn't just ignore the chaos here, so I postponed my operation. Putting personal judgment ahead of orders, eh? That's not like the old Alpha. It wasn't an order, but I'm not going to be a subordinate who just obeys anymore. That's my promise to AK-12. I approve. The protest march ahead has finally moved out of the police line area. Neva turns back towards Lena. Looks like our work here is done for now. But too bad, today is far from over. Huh? Ah. Lena follows Leva's gaze. Not far away, Major Fedya is in the middle of a call, brows furrowed. A few strands of hair fallen loose from his usually immaculate hairstyle. It's like Major Fedya has received another mission. It seems serious. Leva, are we heading back to the next satellite city? But the public transport and medical systems here still haven't been restored. Probably. Once the risk level of the protest drops, the local PSA can take over. It won't be too dangerous if the public transport is temporarily suspended. As long as we can reduce civilian casualties, the pressure on the medical system will ease. We and the Special Security Administration have to move to more chaotic areas to maintain order. We can't afford to lose sight of the bigger picture. Yeah, you're right. I'll go inform everyone. Lena glances unhappily at the big screen in the city plaza. The Gerard Cruz press conference broadcast is still ongoing. The camera cuts to Ruick, who is answering reporters' questions with calm politeness. Splat! The red suddenly blooms on Ruick's contorted face. Vicious liquid slowly drips down the screen, leaving comical streaks on his cheek. The big screen has been hit by a paintball. Hypocritical capitalist! The mechanical riot was Gerard's conspiracy! With a shout from the crowd, the demonstration that has been quieted down erupts again. People raise their placards, shouting accusations in fury. Presumptuous ketchup. Splat, splat, splat. More and more paintballs hit the screen. The security automatons, which have gone into standby mode, are reactivated by the gunfire, closing in on the crowd alongside their security officers. Fedya's voice comes over the comm channel. All units, attention! Raise riot shields. Stop the crowd from crossing the line and restore order immediately. Fire warning shots if necessary. No! Before Bella can finish, a burst of gunfire hits the concrete near the protest precision. The crowd gasps in shock. I said it's necessary! Nobody fires out of orders! But the bullets, oblivious to Fedia's command, continue to spray force mirthlessly. Sapo snatches up a riot shield just in time, blocking the next wave of attacks. USA riot streams. Murder! The security droids are killing people! Although no one is injured, the crowd falls into panic. People shove and scramble to escape, screams and curses rising into chaos. These droids aren't behaving normally. Danger, purge, danger, purge. Security droids. Their firing protocols should have been locked. Don't tell me. Realizing the situation, Fedias immediately changes orders. All units, priority 1, suppress the droids, destroy them outright. Civilian safety first. Eva commanded the dolls to assist. Understood. Sapo, Lena, Alva, support the SSA in destroying the rogue droids. Got it! Rebella, you and I will help the security officers evacuate the crowd. Right. B1 battle droid dumb as always. Lena was clearly hit by that. Linda and the others have begun fighting. Let's go, Rebella. Yep. Stick to the plan. Keep an eye on its clock. Da-da! Eva should be praising me this time. Oh, I forgot to level Rebella. It's fine. Superior Syscon. I agree. I need the gold. I can do that next time. Let's kill both. This one. Nothing to do with it, just build your units. It'll take all the gold, not gonna lie. The Berserk automatons are eventually destroyed. Security staff load their wreckage into transport trucks. The protesters have dispersed. Ambulances carry the injured away, leaving the city plaza in ruins. The big screen, splattered in paint, is still playing Odessa news, but the report has long shifted from Gerard's press conference to the breaking news in OD-01 security automatons going rogue and opening fire on protesting civilians. Looks like the legislator Ruick will have to make another public apology. Eva stacks up the scattered banners by the roadside. Fedia strides towards her. Eva, tell your team to depart in 15 minutes. We'll take the train to the next satellite city. It's not a scheduled departure, but a special authorization. Don't be late. Hi. Fedia nods and turns to leave. Oh, by the way, Major Fedia, I heard you're a native of Odessa? Fedia frowns at the question, but nevertheless stops in his tracks. Yes, why do you ask? Nothing, just asking. Odessa hasn't been very peaceful lately. How's your family holding up? They're fine. Thanks for asking. Make sure your team is ready in 15. Fedia ignores her after that and walks off briskly. On the train, Lena glances at Fedia, who has stepped out of the carriage for a remote report, then scoots close to Leva. Leva, are you okay? My brain's damaged. Don't worry. That's not what I'm asking. I mean, what happened in the underground lab? Your neural cloud was damaged. Leibniz has already performed the repairs. Most functions have been restored. Some neural data is still unrecoverable, but it's mostly old logs. Nothing important. Really? Nothing important? Linda fidgets with her fingers. Leva? What's with that face? As if I'd be shaken by something that insignificant. Losing those data blocks have actually freed up some processing space. Some messy, redundant data got cleaned out too. Leva gently passed Lena's head. What about you? Do you blame me? You mean what happened at the light rail station? There was nothing to do back then. I know. And if I were really in danger, you come save me no matter what. Right, Leva? But that doll who attacked you in the lab, I'll make sure she pays the next time we meet. Lena leans on Leva's shoulder and claws at the air playfully like a little lion. I'm looking forward to being avenged, Lena. Leave it to me. Love you, Lena. Yes, love you, Leva. Lena rubs her cheek against Leva's neck affectionately. Alright, if you keep that up, the others will start laughing at you. Right, Rebella? Leva suddenly glances towards the opposite seat. Sure enough, Rebella is watching quietly. Their eyes meet. Rebella awkwardly looks out the window. No, I won't. Alva smoothly changes the subject. I remember Colleen mentioning that some PMC forces and part of the Rivet Corps from the purification zones were called back. Is the situation that bad? Must be. Legislator Zimmerman's handkerchiefs nearly fell apart from soaking all the sweat up that day. Flashback time! In the House of the Parliament, Zimmerman wipes his brow, tucks his handkerchief away, and looks at Colleen, seated beside him. Fedia, Leva, and their team are once again on security duty. Miss Colina, we are truly grateful for the NAMFA decision to dispatch troops to help the Oblast government restore order. No need for thanks, legislator. We've already built a strong partnership with Odessa. NAMFA won't stand by while civilians are at risk. I have also learned that you've worked to clear my subordinates' names. You've been mediating connections, urging officials to collect evidence. I appreciate your trust deeply. And I must also thank Major Fedia and the members of the Security Administration for continuing to pursue the investigation and gather evidence. My subordinates' vindication is thanks to all of you. Kalina smiles warmly at Fedia's direction. Fedia nods, lowering his eyes. You flatter us that setup was a simple trap. Anyone can see through it. But we still haven't identified the one behind it, and now we lack the manpower to view the ODE-22 light rail station surveillance. Still, thank you for your trust. The truth will surface sooner or later. For now, let's focus all efforts on containing the Gerard Berserk automatons. Also, about that underground lab discovered by my subordinates. The explosion may have destroyed all evidence, but I still hope you'll instruct the security forces to conduct a full sweep. Of course. In hindsight, the chief's, pardon me, former chief's, wariness towards Gerard's reckless expansion wasn't unfounded. This large-scale automaton malfunction has made residents who depend on Gerard technology deeply uneasy. That anxiety will take time to fade. Indeed, yesterday's latest polling reflected that legislators' Rubick's approval ratings have dropped. And your calm, steady stance and public speeches have given citizens a sense of safety in this turbulent time. Your efforts to restore peace in Odessa will surely be remembered. Zimmerman pauses for a moment at Kalina's mention of the election. Due to pressure from public opinion and practical concerns, the contendants have strongly demanded that the vote for the interim chief be postponed. In the end, the government agreed to the request, even going so far as to choose another day for the announcement for the voting period itself. The public will forget what I've done soon enough once the unrest was settled. The candidates, huh? Understanding the nuance in Kaleem's tone, Zimmerman doesn't respond, he only gives a weary smile. But perhaps that's for the best. I can put aside a few troubles for now and devote all my attention to the automaton malfunction issue. Allow me to once again personally thank Namfo for their support. Miss Kalina, you and your subordinates have been caught in turmoil since arriving in Odessa. I failed to ensure your safety. My apologies. There's no need, legislator. You and Major Fedya have already given us plenty of assistance. However, even though Namfo commands some combat units, our organization is primarily administrative in nature. The number of direct action personnel we can deploy is nearby is limited. Indeed, that's why I proposed requisitioning part of the Railway Corps temporarily from surrounding purification zones to provide support. But since the Gerard automaton's influence has already spread to those zones, and the Railway Corps still has to carry out existing purification operations simultaneously, reinforcement will likely be quite limited. Therefore, I must ask another favor. Please, go ahead. I hope Namfa can cooperate with Odessa government to jointly call upon local PMCs to support the current suppression operations and to assist in dealing with the aftermath of the automaton malfunction. You mean to introduce incentive policies targeting the PMCs? Exactly. I'll discuss the matter with my director, but Namfa can only issue a joint call and coordinate with Odessa to provide limit rewards. The final decision still ties with each PMC individually. Zimmerman's intention to win clean support is becoming increasingly apparent. Yeah, incentivizing PMCs to requisitioning the Railway Corps. Neither move is small, and a joint initiative with Namfa will put their cooperation right in the public eye. Zimmerman's maneuver earns him publicity without costing the Odessa government a thing. So he is hoping to become the interim chief after all. Of course. What politician ever runs just to lose? So Colleen just letting herself be used like that? It's a mutually beneficial arrangement. Each gets what they need. From Colleen's perspective, things would be worse if power in Odessa really fell through his hands. Still, as Zimmerman said, The situation isn't bad enough to shake Rua's overwhelming lead in the election yet. You'll have to try harder. Politics is so complicated. Don't overthink it. For now, we just need to keep following Nampa's orders. End the unrest, then resume our previous investigation into illegal armed forces. By the time we get to reopen that investigation, the director will have wiped out every trace of evidence. If only had managed to destroy the prototype completely back then maybe the evidence in the server room would have survived. No one could have stopped that outcome. Don't blame yourself too much, Rebella. You're protecting my frame from the entire time. Right. If my frame had been destroyed then, I wouldn't have been able to regain control of the security system. In that case, even if you, Sapo, and Neville had defeated the 13 prototype, it might have self-destructed in the final moment, taking us all with it. All revenue records would have been lost. You made a perfectly sound value judgment about me, Rebella. Value judgment? What's wrong with that? It wasn't a value judgment at all. Even if you didn't have excellent EW abilities, I wouldn't have let you be destroyed. I see. Well, this might sound ungrateful, but next time you're in command, I hope you weigh the risks and benefits more carefully before issuing combat orders. Okay? You mean if you were me, your determination would have been different? It depends on the situation. Eva! How does turn this argument all of a sudden? Levi is very grateful that you protected her. I know, but that's not the point. Rebella's persistence leaves Lena's feelings a little flabbergasted. While Alba remains silent, her stance unreadable. Our judgment criteria may differ slightly, but given the situation back then, our conclusions were the same. Let's not dwell on it now. I just saw the conductor go into the next car. Rebella, go get Supple back, would you? If the conductor sees her trying to pry open the window and stick her head out, we'll have a problem. Alright. Rebella stands and leaves. Her expression is still stiff. Lena looks back and forth between her and Leva, clearly worried. It's fine. As long as nothing like that happens again, there won't be a problem. Meanwhile, in the private compartment, Fedya finishes his report call. After a moment of hesitation, he dials another number and switches to call this voice only. A moment later, the line connects. The NAMFA and PSA are fully cooperating on an automaton malfunction issue. Legislator Zimmerman is busy receiving the Railway Corps officers who just arrived from the verification zones. Thank you for the updates, Major. Though I do hope next time you'll contact me at the agreed time. For now, it's best we stick to emails or text messages. Hey, listen, how's it going? Is there something else, Major? The underground laboratory discovered by Leva's team in OD-04. What's your connection to it? Underground lab? This is the first I've heard of it. There's no solid evidence yet, but NAMFA has implied that the lab is connected to the automatons going rogue. I want to know the truth. Hashtag sick during the holidays. Feels bad. The truth is, the Girard Group knows nothing about it. You must have looked into it yourself, Major. The property and all related assets have no ties to us. Renaba claims that the lab contained highly lethality illegal weaponry, and that its servers were destroyed at nearly the same time the Girard automatons went haywire. You still want to call that a coincidence? Hey Recon, how's it going? Gerard has shown up in too many coincidences like this. Perhaps it really isn't a coincidence. Gerard's making a joke out of Odessa. Oh no, you misunderstand, Major. In fact, based on recent technical analysis, it's highly likely that Automaton's malfunction was man-made. Our engineers discovered evidence of a breach in our data servers. If that underground lab really was researching high lethality illegal weapons, as you say, then someone targeting the Jiraiya becomes the far more likely explanation. If we dig deeper, we might even find that the lab was deliberately storing Jiraiya automatons to frame us. The whole site was destroyed. There's little chance of finding clues. A pity. If evidence linking the two events did exist, it would mean someone's deliberately trying to sabotage the Jiraiya group. Or worse, to interfere with Chairman Rubik's election campaign. If the chairman learned that all this chaos across Odessa was merely a ploy to disrupt the candidacy, his headaches would only get worse. Hearing Rubik's name, Fedia's tone softened slightly. That's speculation. There's no solid proof that the two are connected. The chairman would appreciate your concern, Major. He said more than once that Gerard's management and technical systems have their flaws, and that it's only thanks to your past friendship that you've shown leniency. Otherwise, he might have lost his chance to run for interim chief entirely. I do owe a great deal to Legislator Ruick. I assist with these matters because I believe Gerard's development benefits Odessa, but you must remember where the line is. I won't help with anything that harms Odessa's long-term stability and growth. My apologies, my pre-statement was poorly phrased. The chairman is proud to have sponsored your education, Major. He hopes you'll continue contributing to Odessa's safety and progress. Both he and the Girard Group will always support you, unconditionally. Understood. If Girard has nothing to do with illegal weapons, then there's no longer a direct conflict between you and the Nampa, and I won't need to intervene again, right? After all, my repeated assistance in undermining Counselor Kalina has lightly drawn her suspicion already. Well, if possible, we'd still like you to maintain the current arrangement for now. Nampa's misunderstanding of Gerard has not been resolved, and now there may even be hostile parties trying to frame us. The chairman hopes to prevent mounting animosity between the two sides. For now, please, Major, just delay the investigation a little longer, to keep things from being twisted by malicious actions. I don't see how that will ease any misunderstanding. It's only a temporary measure, but this is a critical issue. Gerard is under siege on all sides. Surely, Major, you don't wish to see the chairman's campaign fall? Once everything settles, he'll personally give Nampa a full explanation. Very well. That's wonderful. Please keep in touch, Major Fedia. The call ends, but Fedia doesn't return to the carriage immediately. Through the window, he sees the lush greenery of the Green Zone, and beyond them, the City of Steel. This is Odessa, his home. One of the few safe zones humanity has reclaimed after several nuclear blasts, through sheer resilience and advanced technology. Compared to the images of the contamination zones, it's comfortable, developed. Much of that strength is thanks to the Gerard Group. Their contribution is Odessa's pride. It is also Odessa's future. Gerard is like a great umbrella, shielding Odessa from the storm, or perhaps a sail, pushing it ever forward. Even if it gathers some dust, so what? No one should, or can, take it down. This world holds no absolute purity. To see collective prosperity, sacrifices must be made. I can't expect ordinary people to understand that. As long as I understand, that's enough. Finally, some nuclear blast. So thanks, Vidya, as he pockets his terminal. The train speeds on. The steel and glass carriage is silent and secure, so quiet that you can hear everything. Ooh. In the direct group's office, Ruik leans back in his chair, rubbing his temple with one hand. The heavy wooden door sounds. Ruik composes himself, though his expressions remain troubled. Enter. Cocoon strolls in unhurriedly and closes the door behind her. I compiled today's closing prices for the stock market and sent it to you, sir. Just tell me, I don't have time to look. It's still showing a downward trend. Bam. Rourke slams his fist against the table. The board's opinion is to delay the new stock issuance. To wait until the average price rises a bit before... Delay? How can I delay it? Do those fools on the board not know how much of the automatons malfunction are costing us in penalties and compensations? Rua's chest heaves violently. He can no longer suppress his anger. He grabs the ashtray beside him and hurls it towards Cocoon. The ashtray hits Cocoon on the shoulder. She catches it just in time before it falls to the floor. She calmly approaches and places the ashtray back where it belongs. At least the election hasn't temporarily suspended. As long as we cooperate with the government's efforts and calm the citizens, once the deficit regains order, the stock prices will rise again. The public support you lost will also return. Easy for you to say. What did it say about what was discussed in the periodic meeting? There's been no response yet. Although some families have verbally agreed to assist, no major buyers have appeared in the secondary market. Some of the promised contracts haven't been formally submitted. Besides that, a few families just happen to have no liquid capital yet. Those bastards! Is Lullaby not going to proceed anymore? If Girard collapses, none of them are getting away. If it won't come to that, it will soon never abandon its operation in Odessa. The Lullaby project will certainly continue. Please be patient, sir. Once things settle, we'll make sure they'll remember exactly who holds the core profits and the true technological power of the future. Yes, I believe they'll understand. Root regains his composure and looks back at Cocoon. Contact the representatives of the site province. Now! Understood. One moment, please. Cocoon deftly inputs a series of numbers and soon connects the call. Hello, Mr. Ruik. Spare me the pleasantries. Are the funds I asked for ready? The said pub in the group have recently purchased a batch of laboratory equipment and materials to assist Paradise in the handling of the recent issues. At the moment, I'm afraid our liquor capital cannot meet your needs. I don't want excuses. Don't forget what gives you the right to speak to me directly in the first place. As an experienced businessman, I'm sure you understand that group's internal operations better than I do. When I see your secretary was transferred back to Girard, and now you can't even keep your own books straight, can you? River glances meaningfully at Cocoon. I don't care how you do it, but you must deliver the funds I asked for, and soon. Otherwise, the Set Bobbin will lose everything it granted you. We truly can't provide cash for now, but our group does have certain fixed assets and real estate holdings that could partially meet your needs, though they're not located in Odessa. I don't care where they are. Very well. I'll arrange for them to be transferred to Gerard's name as a gift. You idiot! You want Gerard's connection with you exposed? I believe my secretary to handle that discreetly. At the serious man instruction, Cocoon smiles and nods. I'll also assist in liquidating those assets. You can rest assured. Do it quickly and keep it clean. Understood. Then, Roy ends the call abruptly. Push them to complete the transfer. Then sell everything off. Recover the cash flow. Alright, where's Dylan's doll? There she is. Jesus, 4600 attack. You went... Oh, you used Swab Rock? I was expecting that. I'll be back. Yeah, 4500 attack is a lot. A lot. I've never seen that before, actually. Swavrog is kind of better on her. Well, I looked at Rebella's SIG, and it actually looked pretty good. It looked equal to Swavrog, at least. Hey, Heavy Metal, how's it going? Who's this new daughter people talking about from CN? They're probably talking about M200. Cheyenne. She's originally a Western exclusive doll back in Ghost Frontline 1, but now it's still a thing. So she's nicknamed the American daughter, more or less. Honestly, I saw her skill set when it was teased, and she looks kind of stupid. I'm not gonna lie. Not nearly as stupid as AK-15, but she looks kind of stupid, if you know what I mean. Okay. Here, there are wounded here. Hurry! The site of the incident is a scene of chaos. Several ambulances are parked along the road, with medics and security personnel moving between crumpled vehicles, pulling out the injured one by one. Yeah, she pulls out a tent because she's camping. Honestly, the fact that her whole thing is that she basically camps spawn points, pretty much, and then her actual ability is camping. Yeah, that's pretty silly. Yeah, they kind of made physical physical was literally the weakest element in the game. Well, it was not really even an element. Now it's the dumbest. Like, it's strong just by the aspect of all the dolls being stupidly strong. Like, they made Ulrich super strong. They made Diane super strong. Yuhi at V6, well, actually just V3, is ridiculous. AK-15, ridiculous. The only one who feels left out is Lainey, but Lainey is getting her mod key soon. I think it may already be out. I'm not too sure. The bullies are physicals. So both are similar. Yeah, I actually pulled on Rebella's SIG. Because it felt like, well, for one thing, we don't have any options besides Swavrog. And I wanted to keep that on the sisters. The sisters. So I wanted Rebella to have hers just so we don't have to constantly swap around. Like, that issue won't really be changed until we get TMP on the global side. I love her boy is physical. No, I'm not using Battle Pass SIG. I'm using the actual SIG I pulled for there. Yeah. The Battle Pass SIG is on Vector at the moment, I want to say. Groans, cries, and shouts for help fill the air. Blood and gasoline stain the asphalt, but no one has time to care. Medical personnel, evacuate the wounded as fast as possible. Firefighters, remain on standby and watch for the open flames. Over the comms, Major Fedya directs the rescue with steady calm. Leva leads her dolls back from their mission. Major Fedya, the intersections to the east and the south are sealed off. Civilians and pedestrians have been evacuated. Good. Should I lead the dolls to secure the west and north intersections next? No. Before he can finish, a stocky middle-aged man runs out from a distance. He waves his thick arms wildly, his belly jiggling beneath his shirt. Even the surrounding hubbub can't drown out his booming voice. The man halts in front of Fedya, snapping a perfectly formal salute, though his greasy head and panting breath makes him look rather ridiculous. Every time I see him, I think of two things. One, he doesn't look fat at all. Not even a little bit. Like, sure, he looks broad, but based on this picture alone, he doesn't look even a little bit fat. Second, I think he can pass for Mario. External support, Squad 7. Captain Pavel. Reporting in. Mission completed. Pavel's spittle sprays with each word, making Fedya frown, but the man doesn't notice at all. After lowering his hand, he leans even closer. He's Asian standard fat. Sir, the western intersection is locked down tight. Civilians all relocated to safety. Awaiting next orders. Liva, take 2 dolls and go with Captain Pavel to secure the northern intersection. Understood. Urbella, Lena, you're with me. Sapo, Alva, stay here and assist with the wounded. After arranging her team, Liva turns to Pavel, catching the awkward grin on his face as he fumbles for the right words. Liva, auxiliary doll of Namfa. I don't hold a military rank. You can just call me by name. You may have no rank, but you're still my superior. The moment he hears they're from Namfa, Pavel's face changes. He rummages through his pockets, pulls out a pack of cigarettes, and offers them eagerly. A pack of mushrooms. Would you like a smoke, ma'am? We don't have that habit. Let's focus on the task. Right. Whatever you say, ma'am. This way, please. Pavel jogs ahead, clearing a path for them and barking orders through his terminal in an exaggerated show of diligence. In a Cuban cigar. Eva, this guy's weird. External support squad. Judging from his eagerness to please, he's probably part of the PMC forces that responded to the joint call. Nampa oversees them, after all. Oh, God damn it. Being obsequious is normal. Don't mind it. Let's seal the intersection first. With the help of Pavel and his team, the road is quickly blocked off. When a lull comes, Pavel sidles back over. Lena hides behind Liva awkwardly. You must be exhausted from all the work lately, ma'am. Dolls feel fatigue as long as we're maintained properly. Alright, of course. Such a major incident right at downtown Crossroads. It's rough, huh? Who'd think the traffic lights would just go haywire and security just start charging traffic like mad? Pavel squirms uneasily at the lack of response from the dolls. He scratches his growing paunch, but keeps jabbering away. This chaos in Odessa has been going on over a week now, huh? Half the security gates are busted. Gave us quite a scare back when we got back the other day. Dylan, please. You came back from the Yellow Zone? Yeah, answering the call, of course. Getting a reply makes Pavel brighten immediately. Once we got the notice, our company gathered everyone we could and came right back. It's everyone's duty to protect Odessa. Your teammate over there seems to have something to say. What is it? Don't interrupt while I'm talking to our superior. Pavel turns and scolds the waiting teammate. You can say the same with Ulrid. I don't know, man. I don't know if I can make her tired. You told me to remind you. It's about time. Lead us to us and go on ahead. It's fine. I just spoke to the teacher at school. I still got time. Forget it. Just check with the medics to see if they need more hands. Right. Having received an order, the support squad member calls over his teammates and heads towards the site of the incident. Got other plans? No, just that my kids get out of school soon. Fuck them. No, he didn't say fuck them. So early? Well, we had Gerard's own level of equipment to thank for. The school decided to end classes ahead of schedule. But that's fine. This place is only 2 streets away from the bus stop. I told the teacher to message me when they're close. I'll pick the kid up directly. My wife's workplace is nearby too. Once I drop the kid off, I'll come straight back. Don't worry, ma'am. It won't affect the mission. You don't need to come back. We'll stay here and... Oh, units, emergency! The voice of a special security administration officer cuts in over the comms. St. Epstein, bro. A piercing siren blares from the distance. What's going on? The security just reported. A large vehicle about 1 kilometer from the site suddenly went out of control. It's now speeding towards the site. If not intercepted, it'll reach the center from the north in the street in 6 minutes. North side? That's where we are. Contact the driver. Patch the comms through. All units at SSA Squad 3. I don't know what the fuck else you said, because, god damn it, this log. I don't have it anymore. Man, they need to fix that. So bad. A burst of static comes through the comms, followed by screams, cries, and a man's desperate voice pleading for help. Help! The vehicle suddenly switched to autopilot and the handbrake won't stop working! I can't control it! Dude, this is why automated cars is gonna be a problem. Which, by the way, we are getting in the near future. I think it's in the near future anyways. That is going to happen in real life very soon. Stay calm. Get everyone in the vehicle. Fasten your seatbelts. Major Fedya and the Special Security Administration team arrive quickly where Leva's group is stationed on the north side. Driver, share the internal camera feed. The projection appears before them. A young woman is stumbling through the vehicle, checking the children's seatbelts. Some people will marry their car. As if some don't already. Blast McQueen. It's funny. I mean, people are already super attached to the car. I mean, I'm kind of attached to my car, but only because I bought it. Not bought it, but I leased it. I know my dad at one point was really attached to his truck. But then he had to sell it off, and apparently he cried while selling it off because he cared about this car that much. So yeah, I can see it happening. The driver, panicked but determined, keeps trying to tug on the handbrake and blares the horn again and again. Screams echo from down the streets. Miss Olga! They're all children! Oh boy. Liva, can you hack in? I already tried, no luck. Disable malfunction from Gerard's defective droids. We can't let that bus break through the barricade. On those side units, listen up. Position your vehicles right before the barricade. Stat! Snipers, get ready. Once the right vehicles reaches range, open! No! Pavel, who has been staring at the footage, suddenly snatches Fedya's communicator. But even he looks startled by his own action. He clutches at the communicator, not knowing what to do with it. What are you doing? I mean, sir, please think again. At speed, if you blow a tire, the bus could flip. If it crashes to the side of the incident, it'll trigger a chain explosion. Everyone nearby will die. I'm ordering you, get me to terminal. But that's a school bus. There's all kids in that thing. You gotta find another way. Speed bumps or something. Surely we can. It's too fast. There's no time to lay them down. The quickest way to force an emergency stop right now is to blow the tires. Pavel tries to argue again, but Fedya's patience snaps. He grabs another communicator from his subordinate. Like, fuck him. I'm get another one. Snipers! What's the large comes range? What the fuck? A heavy fist smashed into Fedya's face, sending the communicator flying. You! Pavel grabs Fedya's by the collar, shouting so hard his spit sprays over Fedya's cheek. You what? Don't give me your goddamn Tesla theory, you himbo prick! That is a fucking school bus, not a large vehicle, you son of a... I don't have time for this! Okay, he did not say all of this in the previous... in the CN side. You have any time today? I won't have time today. Fedya struggles to free himself. Both men tumble to the ground as they both grapple with each other. Lishi still major lose composure and roars at his subordinates. Don't just stand there! Follow your orders! Snipers, prepare to fire! The SSA personnel rush to comply. The two others move in to restrain the shouting and cursing Pavel. You motherfuckers! Stop it, damn it! Pavel the goat. It was back during Luna Days? Oh, okay, so yeah. I must have not seen it then. Or maybe I forgot because it was so bad. But I don't remember him saying, you goddamn prick. Call him a motherfucker, bitch ass. Wait! Aji suddenly skids to a halt before them. Rebella leans out from the driver's seat. I can slow it down. Give me 2 minutes. Fedya looks at Liva. 1 minute. My team can do it. If we can't do it in 1 minute, you fire. Deal? You have 1 minute. Eva, Lena, help me set up the speed bumps. On the sidewalk. Rebella, let's go full throttle. Tell the driver to brace all passengers for impact. Ambulances, stand by. Fire trucks, stand by. Fedya races the communicator again. While Fedya issues orders, Pavel breaks free and jumps into the passenger seat. I'm coming too. Take me with you, Miss Rebella. Alright, so, before I continue, let's look at Pavel real quick. Does he look fat? Does he look like he has a beer belly? Because I can't see it at all. So even if you say Chinese fat, I still can't see it. And also, Mario's a good dad. And hides it very well. How? It's a beer belly. The Eastern old man belly. Like, are they just like holding in their gut the entire time and having a hard time breathing? Like, oh my princess. You know how many bitches love Mario? So there's Peach, there's Pauline. Like, sometimes it's Daisy for some reason. I'm glad that's over with, but sometimes it's Daisy. And then if you do the Paper Mario series, we have like what's her name? Bo? Yeah, Bo. We have Goombella. And like 2 enemies once. It's like, Mario got bitches, okay? The Mario build body. Okay, let's continue. Rebella slants a pedal and the Jeep roars forward. The careening school bus quickly comes within view. We got Bowsette too. Bowsette isn't canon, so we can't say that. In a flash, they pass it head on. Rebella jerks the wheel. The tires screech as the Jeep spins. It tears forward again, running parallel with the bus. Hold on tight! Rebella slams the accelerator and yanks the steering wheel. The Jeep rants the bus front corner. I don't care that she isn't canon, she's canon in my heart. The beer veers slightly off course. Again! The bus jolts, swerving more sharply towards the sidewalk, but it still doesn't stop. The 1 minute mark is approaching fast. Let me! 3, 2, 1, hit it! Apple grips the wheel with her, forcing it hard. The G slants the bus again, even harder. Don't let go of the gas! With Pavel's help, the Jeep grinds against the bus side, pushing it towards the curb. The bus barrels through the line of market stalls, crates, and tarps wedging under the tires. Finally, its speeds begin to drop. Using the brief delay, Viva's team finishes setting up the speed bumps, while on the Fedia's command, the SSA vehicles form solid rows in front of the barricade. Stop, you motherfucker! Stop! The spikes on the speed bumps puncture the tire. The bus slows even more, but not completely. Rebella, pull out! All non-essential personnel, fall back! Snipers, reposition. Aim for the rear tires. Do not fire without command. The bus slants into the first row of vehicles. The second row, the third. The vehicles all are shoved aside as the bus plows forward. Fredia watches the speedometer readings drop, his face tight. Finally, fire! The bullets hit their marks, the tires burst, rubber shredding, the metal rim scraping sparks across the asphalt. When the bus finally hits the last row of vehicles at the barricade, it stops. Everyone exhales at once. Bowser is not canon, but Bowser and Mario did it at least once. Yeah, they did. They fought at least once. Fire trucks! At Fedia's orders, the fire trucks surround the bus, extinguishing every flame. Alina! Pavel rushes Pavel rushes forward and helps the rescuers pry open the warp door. The door gives way, and the cries of children come pouring out. Anna, where are you? Papa's here to save you. Pebble spots his little girl trapped in the seats. Papa, I'm scared. The driver and the young teacher are both unconscious. The little girl peers up at Pavel through tears. Her arms are wrapped protectively around a small child next to her. Don't be afraid. Papa's here. Papa's with you. Pavel smashes the window. He pulls his daughter and younger child free and hands them to Rebella waiting outside. Miss Rebella, please take care of it for me. Pavel, a true American dad. This is what all dads should aspire to be. Just beat the shit out of your superior, and then ram a school bus to save children. Who would be bottom though? Bowser? Yeah, because Bowser always loses. Of course he's bottom. After helping the paramedics escort everyone out of the vehicle, Pavel finally jumps down himself and looks around for Rebella and Alina. Rebella is standing on the sidewalk, holding Alina in her arms. Alina's injuries aren't serious. The paramedics have already given her basic treatment. When Alina sees Pavel emerge, she waves frantically. Pavel hurries over, takes Alina from Rebella's arms, and carefully looks her over. Once he's sure she's fine, he hugs her tightly. Thank heavens. Oh, thank heavens. Relief floods through him, and his legs give out. Still holding his daughter, Pavel sinks to the curb. Don't worry, your daughter's condition isn't serious. No, Dylan, that reminds me of another streamer that I know. But when I say I know, I mean I watched him for quite a bit until things got too crazy in there. So he plays StarCraft, and if you guys know StarCraft, you know who this guy is because he's that popular. But his streams are fucking crazy. It's not because of him. He's actually pretty mild by comparison. He's a rager, but that's like the worst he ever does. But his chat is fucking insane. So they have an ongoing, aren't they super freaky? Compared to other communities, no, but it's just in that chat is fucking insane. So pretty much, there's text-to-speech whenever people donate. And they always do donations that is like Mario impregnating Luigi and Bowser, pretty much. It's always that. And they do like literal fan fictions with the text-to-speech. Erotic fan fiction, I should say. And it's so common that this streamer, he just stopped trying. He stopped trying to stop it, and he just lets it play out. Yeah. It's wild in there. I had to stop watching it because I usually watch him in like the background because I like StarCraft, so I'd still watch streams. And he's one of my favorite players / commentators to listen to. But yeah, his chat got so insane, I had to stop watching it. I had to. I was so tired of the fan fictions of Mario dropping his overalls, showing his giant balls, and then slamming his whatever into Luigi's whatever for the 5th time that stream. That's a siege. It probably couldn't be on YouTube, maybe on Twitch. But sure, I guess. I think there's one time when it said like, and then Mario did a backflip with his giant dingo flying all over, and then he said woohoo as he landed right on Luigi with Luigi's mouth wide open. I'm like, what the fuck? Like, get the fuck out of here. Okay. All that aside, let's continue. Okay, the funny part, just one last thing. The funny part is that Peach never made an appearance in these fan fictions whatsoever. Thank you. Thank you, Miss Rebella. Don't mention it. The doctor still recommends taking her to the hospital for a more thorough exam, but Alina was worried about you and refused to get in the ambulance. Ah, this kid. Papa's fine. Be a good girl and go to the hospital, alright? Who cares about Peach? Who cares about Peach and let your homies hit? Come on, Lena. Say thank you to Miss Rebella. Thank you, Sister Rebella. You don't need to thank me. It's your father who saved everyone. Papa's always been a big hero. Always been a big hero? Just kids talk. Miss Rebella, don't mind her. It's not true. Mama said so. Papa went to war to protect our homes and our country. Realizing there's no dodging such that Papa scratches his head awkwardly. Yeah, I used to serve in the Soviet forces. That's actually how I met my wife on campaign. I was lucky and managed to survive the war. Later, I brought my wife and Alina's older sister to settle down near Odessa. I was saving up a little money. We finally had Alina. It can be easy raising 2 kids in the green zone. Does PMC work really pay that well? With the danger around the school bus finally cleared, Liba walks over. Pavel instantly switches back to his smooth talking demeanor. He tries to stand, but his legs buckle and he drops back down. No, please don't get the wrong idea, ma'am. Our company's honest and fully legitimate. Our boss doesn't even have a single bad record. It's alright. We're just auxiliary dolls. We don't do audits. Therefore, he was Carter's son. Nah, I don't see it. You know what? I think the thing is that he doesn't look. I guess he looks too Asian. Yeah, I think that's it. He just looks too Asian. Like, he doesn't look Russian native. Let me put it that way. Yeah, we're just asking out of curiosity. And please, call us by our names. Papa glances around, then sighs in relief. Good thing I came back. I'd never be at ease leaving my wife and kids to live here alone. I thought this job would be easy money, but it turns out even the green zones are a mess these days. But at least it's better than fighting monsters and bandits in yellow zones. Your job sounds dangerous. Doesn't your wife worry? Of course she does, but what can we do? Pays better. Besides, if I hadn't had a combat experience in the contamination zones, I probably wouldn't even have been qualified for this job. I really envy you government folks, though. Pavel glances towards the Special Security Administration personnel. Major Fedia is directing them as they move the wrecked vehicles aside. Educate people like them. Even when they're angry, they don't curse. And even when they're covered in dust, their uniforms still looks clean and sharp. Then why did you stay in the army? That's still serving the government. Well... Mr. Bella, you work in the Green Zone most of the time, right? Recently, yes. Then you've seen the Railway Corps? You know. Pebble looks around furtively and lowers his voice. The remnants of the Neo-Soviet hardliners fell. Since they reorganized into the Railway Corps, we've had little contact. Exactly. These folks working at the SSA have it much better than them. Some of the Railway Corps are worse off than even us private officers these days. And yes, and we know that through Oblivion too. We actually know what happens to the remnants of the Neo-Soviet forces. They basically got the short end of the stick a lot of the time. And they die a lot of the time. We all started to protect the country, yet the ones who fought instead of studying ended up with nothing. You think it's not fair? I'm not that resentful. Who could have known things would turn out like this? I just hope no one ever has to fight another war again. Hey ma'am, I mean, Miss Leva. You and the Major get along, right? We have a normal work relationship, I guess. Then, could you do me a favor? Maybe talk to him for me? Just now, I doubt the Major cares enough to hold a grudge. Or has the time to. But fine, let's go. Purple follows Leva to Major Fedya. Major Fedya, could we have a moment of your time? What is it? Fedya looks as cold as impassive as ever. Major, I'm sorry about before. My kid was on the bus. I panicked. Please, Pavel pats himself down, then pulls out a crumpled pack of cigarettes. Don't be mad. Here, have one? You can save it. But if this happens again, I'll charge you with obstructing official duties. It won't, I swear. It's all the Jiraku's fault anyway. Not for those bastards, Odessa wouldn't be like this. You wouldn't have to work so hard, Major. It was just an accident. Huh? Odessa owes much of his peace and prosperity to Jiraku contributions. At Fedya's defense of the company, Pavel's expression darkens, but he swallows his anger. Who keeps Odessa peaceful? Not so easy to say. I don't know how you see peace, Major, but for civilians, peace means that the family can live steady, ordinary lives. You think this counts as peace? Of course, everyone's got their own opinion. They did a lot more than me. You consider things from a wider perspective, I'm sure. Apple the goat. Give me a second. He truly is goated. Damn. That's quite the look there. So, that's not quite the goat. That's him being a Giga Chad. Noticing Fedya's face tighten, Pavel quickly tried to smooth things over. Don't mind me, Major. My team and I will keep assisting the PSA and follow every order. Here's how we take it from here. Your work today is done. Fedya glasses briefly at Alina. You can go now. You get your next summit tomorrow. Fantastic. Thank you, Major. Come on, Lena. Say goodbye to the Major. No, he's got a mean face. He said nice things about the awful Jiraku. He's just as bad. Empress is here. Come on, Lena. Let's look at your jet again. Pavel abandons all subtleties and clamps a hand over Alina's mouth. He scoops her up, nods hurriedly to the others, and rushes off. Mr. Pavel is a Neo-Soviet veteran. It wasn't easy for him to survive the war. Your experiences are different from yours, Major. Are you implying that because I didn't fight in the war, I can't understand what he's saying? What rebellion means is that the rules are different then and now. She's just gently asking you to not take Papple's words personally. I didn't. Our next mission just came in. We'll take the train to the next satellite city tonight at 7. Got it. Looks like it'll still be a while before orders can be restored in Odessa. Come on, Rebella. Let's go find Sapo and Alva. Alright. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Another battle. Up front. Hello? There we go. I just remembered. Just realized I don't have a leave in here. And I'm also just put in quick high as well to make these fights faster. Yeah, it's just unfortunate that we don't see Pavel again after this. Like, he's actually a good guy character. He's probably dead. No. He doesn't have to atone for us, dude. Yeah, we can at least imagine that he's having a good old life. With his wife, Peach. He appears on Linda's event, just want to say. Okay. Yeah, I haven't done Linda's event yet. Oh yeah, I think we gotta do that tomorrow, actually. I think tomorrow will be a good day for that. Yeah, I mean, the first time in a while that I would stream on a Sunday. And I don't think I'm doing anything Sunday, at least I don't think so. That's fine, I got to see inside. That's been the plan the entire time. Yeah, I could do it on Sunday. I think that's good. How you doing, Hero? Did you manage to get through the Earth Chapter PGR? I haven't been playing PGR lately, no. I've actually been playing Chaos Zero Nightmare and Reverse 1999 very recently, like a couple days ago. Too many things, man. Just way too many things. I would have picked up PGR, but I can't really play it on the phone at work. You know, while I'm working. requires too much attention. You do a skin story next week? Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely. A few days later, after confirming that her location is secure, Kalina connects to the comms. The dolls appear on screen. Miss Colleen! Long time no see. Long time? You've been away from Odessa for barely half a month. But it feels like forever. I miss you, Colleen. You're just happy following Leva around. You might have forgotten all about me. No, I haven't. Alright, I'll stop teasing. With emergency response efforts in the past few days, the chaos in Odessa has mostly subsided. I just received word that the Obelisk security risk level has officially returned to the safe range. Good work, everyone. And that's something to celebrate. But honestly, you don't even need to say that. The Gerard group already rushed out a special feature on Odessa News. Information sure reaches Rurik fast, huh? Not just fast, but accurately to boot. If you can arrange media coverage so quickly, it means he's got the news much earlier. That's not something a regular legislator could pull off. Someone's feeding him that information. Won't suck big Mario balls. Okay. Hey, Fuzzy Bear, how's it going? It's gotta be him. That major with the bureaucrats stink all over him. His attitude is a bit strange for an informant of Ruik's. What's strange about it? Every time we make a move, Ruik knows right away. There were things that only we, he, and Zimmerman knew about. But according to you, Zimmerman's supposed to be Ruik's rival, right? It would make sense for him to leak info to competition, no? I'm guessing what Bella means is that, with Major Fedia's rank and ability, he could have gone much harder if he wanted to. Fell to 50-50, that feels bad. That feels awful. Yeah, I actually got Rebella early. I think I got it in 40 pulls. And then I got her Sig in 10 pulls. So I'm like, I'm good. I'm more than fine. Like, I want to get Deuce for Rebella, but I want to save it for Ulrich's rerun. And then try to get V3 with her. Exactly, the automaton's malfunction aside, we've had allegations mounted against us multiple times, and Fedia's Special Security Administration was always leading the investigation. If we truly wanted Namfa out of the picture, he could have easily manufactured more damning evidence. But he's been obstructing us in other ways. Those illegal armed droids were released too easily. That's not something a small security department could pull off. And we were mislabeled as suspects? Wasn't it he who kept stalling and delaying the process? Besides, the Gerard group's been running Odessa for years. I don't believe they've kept their hands that clean all this time. V6 Springfield is actually extremely good. I can see that. Yeah, that costs too much money right now, though. I'm not even sure if I will get enough money by the time Overed comes out. Because now they just kind of they kind of stopped following their rotation, and now they're just doing John fucking Madden. I don't know when they're gonna bring out Overed. I know, maybe he's conflicted? I really don't think someone from Odessa would hesitate to side with Gerard. The protesters who took to the streets all calmed down and went back to their lives once the crisis ended and the compensation rolled in. But maybe it's because he's from Odessa that he's conflicted. You think so? Based on my past interactions with the Major, I must say I've come to the same conclusion as Bella. Major Fedia doesn't hold an entirely hostile attitude towards us. However, he is most definitely the one feeding intel to the Gerard group. For now, we should remain on our guard. Surely during Coruscant. Oh, for Nikita? Yeah, probably. Nikita and Springfield. Oh, Springfield's are been used, so... Unless they put it on the banner again. Right. Apart from that, there's something else that's been bothering me lately. Huh? There's more? Yes, honestly, I was surprised too. While sorting through personnel recently assigned to us, I found that their elite infection rate has gone up. If they're PMC operators, maybe it's because of the recent missions involving contamination zones? No, the personnel from the Railway Corps too. Is the data reliable? Could it be a screening error? We can't verify it yet. After the Gerard automatons went rogue, most function checkpoints were damaged, so inspections, record keeping, and tracking all was shifted to manual processing. It hasn't been easy to trace. Then what do you want to do next, Colleen? On one hand, the data reliability is uncertain. On the other, if we announce this prematurely, Odessa might fall back into chaos just as it is recovering. After discussing the matter, the Oblast government has decided to isolate and treat all confirmed elite patients at a single facility in OD-07, the coastal satellite city. Liva, I want you to lead the dolls there to investigate. Major Fedia will accompany you. That originally wasn't your idea, was it? No. But refusing wasn't an option. Still, maybe this could be a chance to make Major Fedia finally choose his side. Let's hope so. We'll depart tomorrow. Alright. I'm counting on you. Wait. What is it? Now that the unrest is over, I need to resume my own assignment. I won't be joining your investigation. Huh? We're splitting up again already? Alva, you better keep in touch. I might have to change my comms ID frequently. Aww. Don't make it hard for her. We and 404 do the same thing, don't we? But at least we have internal channels. Once things settle down, I'll give you my new number. Great. Then you take care too, Alpha. Say hi to others for me. Alright. You all be careful out there. Don't you worry, we will. So how is heroic mode funny? Because heroic mode was pretty easy. Kind of funny that it was actually easy. The Jeep drives across the sea bridge. Sitting in the back seat, Sapo leans her head against the open window, happily letting the ocean breeze hit her face. Sapo, get back inside. You caused an accident. Ah, can't hear you. It's very good to cross the sea. Let her have her fun. I'll keep an eye on the road. With that, Liva smoothly changes lanes, bringing the vehicle closer to the ocean's edge. OD-07 isn't just near the sea, it's an island, huh? It's not common to build a satellite city on one. Is there something special about it? You can say it's lucky. It used to be a small island near Odessa, but once they discovered phosphate mines, it started to grow. According to the data, offshore oil fields were later found nearby too, attracting more investors and job seekers. Cargo ships, transport planes, and trucks travel between OD-07 and the other side cities near every day. I heard that many of Odessa's supplies come straight from ODE-07's factories. Even that coffee machine that exploded in Major Freddy's office came from here. And I wanted to build a sea bridge directly connecting it to Odessa's suburbs. Yeah. With the Odessa Bay Bridge, transport costs drop significantly. Now, without it, the only route to Odessa would be by air. And thanks to the bridge, job seekers no longer had to live on OD-07 itself. Many locals even moved to more comparable satellite cities after getting generous relocation compensation from the developers. Living space shrank, industrial space expanded, so the island is covered in factories now? Pretty much. Most of ODE-07 is taken up by factories, mining sites, and warehouses. 2 years ago, they even did a land reclamation project that expanded usable space by 30%. Wow, a mega industrial hub! Indeed. To ensure a sufficient energy supply that can sustain the city's development and livelihood, the Oblast government built the Selene Solar Tidal Hybrid Smart Power Plant here. Oh, what a mouthful. Rumor has it that even been researching new energy sources, and one of their key topics is collapse radiation. Collapse radiation? That's a dangerous field. Dangerous, yes, but if it succeeds, Odessa's economy will take another leap forward. The Oblast government would also gain more influence within the URNC. This is getting too radical. Aren't the locals scared? If their immediate interests aren't hurt, it's hard for them to care. Before the unrest, they all enjoyed the convenient lifestyle brought to them by Gerard, didn't they? And now that the unrest is over, they'll soon forget it ever happened. Legislator Lurik knows this perfectly well. See how he's been busy showing off his sense of responsibility and deep pockets lately to repair his reputation? Gerard's compensation payments to the residents far exceed standard rates too. But if ODE-07 is an industrial city, like Rebella said, why relocate the patients here? Does it even have that many hospitals? We'll find out soon enough. The reception team's waiting for us at the end of the bridge. We'll ask when we get there. Something tells me OD-07 is worse off than we think. Rebella leans against the window and watches as hospital ships glide slowly over the sea. Once they reach the other shore, the dolls see the reception team already reporting to Major Fedya. Oh dear, Major looks even more glum than usual. Come on, let's listen in. The dolls approach. Fedya doesn't stop them. How could it have gotten this bad? Didn't the city's screenings for returning personnel catch this? We've only received the order to admit the patients. Doctors have come from every satellite city, including medical inspectors. They all said the returnees from the yellow zones underwent proper radiation decontamination and health checks according to the regulations. The vitals were all normal by the time, but most of them fell ill a week later, and 25% of them are showing ELIT progression faster than the average rate. Is that common? Not at all. The only large-scale delayed onset occurred during an extreme weather anomaly. After that, all white zones and key green zone sectors were covered in collapse radiation filtration grids. Rapid ELIT acceleration is usually rare. The number of patients you're reporting already exceeds the total number of reassigned personnel. Has it been any secondary spread? Yes, after returning to the green zones, many of them joined their external support units sent to quell unrest. They move frequently between cities, and with recent automaton failures lowering the number of working detection systems, by the time their symptoms appeared, the secondary spread has already happened. Do you have a reduction or treatment plan? More or less, yes. The reception staff projects a set of calculations for everyone to see. My god. Let's see. Please wait a moment. Saying that, Vedya steps away and opens the comms channel. He's reporting this? Don't tell me he's calling that. I thought he did that blatantly. He's far just talking to Superior. Might as well contact our own Superior as well. Got it, don't worry. Liva ends the call just as Vedya returns. Liva, I just received assumptions from my superiors. Personnel from the SSA will be dispatched to all our other cities to conduct a full inspection of those recently returned from the Yellow Zones. You and your team will assist the local authorities in maintaining the order here in ODE-07 for the time being. At present, all patients are arriving in ODE-07's emergency treatment centers via air and sea routes, then via ground transport. You just need to assist the staff at those centers. Understood. I'll leave this place to you then. Keep in contact. Major Vedya gives each of the dolls a somber look, then calls his subordinates and departs quickly. Hey, something just like that? Isn't he going to keep an eye on us? The situation doesn't allow it, but that's a good thing. We cannot act without restrictions. Everyone, we have also received orders from Colleen to head to the treatment center immediately. God damn it, stop doing that! Well, got enough. I need more coffee. Guided by the staff, Liva and her team arrive at one of ODE-07's emergency treatment centers. It's a vacant warehouse hastily converted into a medical facility. Medical personnel hurry in and out, triaging the newly arrived patients according to the stage of their illness and leading them to different sections. In the morning, they picked ODE-07, an island that's naturally isolated, and the warehouses are easy to convert. Judging by their uniforms, most of them are PNC members or troops of the Railway Corps, but soon they all might. We can remember that later. For now, let's help out. Sapo, Lena, you two assess the medics with patient intake. Rebella, you with me. We're heading over there. Liva points towards what looks like a reception counter, which is essentially a makeshift table made by stacking several supply boxes together. It is covered with electronic devices. Behind the counter, a lone nurse is frantically tapping away at a terminal while being surrounded by impatient patients. Looks like it's time for our technical skills to shine. What's going on? The system just told me to come get my meds, and now you say it's not my turn? One moment, please. The system... Have you found my discharge time? I'm so dizzy I can't remain standing much longer. Oh, the system is running a search, but it's going to take a while. How long is it going to take? The patient crowds closer, pressing the poor nurse as she taps the screen in panic. You're just clicking at random. You made that function worse. Rebella stops the nurse fumbling hands and begins inspecting the terminal. It is, they're still there, Walter. I don't think they actually know if this is happening. Hey, there's a doll meddling there. Shove off. David catches the PNC's member's hand before he can touch Rebella. Oh, you're supposed to be. Don't get in my way! Oh, I agree completely. You're absolutely right. The Napa sent us here to cause trouble after all. On the other hand, Leva flashes her ID. Nampa's insignia gleams prominently at the top of the badge. Nampa. Oh, I didn't say anything! Oh? Well, I must have misheard. Now, did you mind stepping aside? Eva absolutely sends the reckless PNC member away and circles behind the counter. Oh dear, the system is basically paralyzed. Ma'am, is this medical backend system also developed by the Jura Group? I'm not really sure. It's what we've been using since I started working here. Looks like we'll have to access level 2 and take a look. Rebella, let's get to work. Bouncy, bouncy. Hello? Hello? Do you read me? Alright, the comms are clear. Now I start eliminating the system defense units. And? Oh, okay, yeah, it's because you changed it. The attack's about the same. The crit rate's insane. Wait, does Rebella have 100% crit rate? I want to say she does. Yeah! Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Bonk. Yeah, that's pretty insane, dude. Oh. I'm eating nuts right now. After a brief check, both Leva and Rebella sighed in relief. Oh. Was that it? Damn, it's hot. Boop. Yeah, eventually I want to get a V6 unit, but it's so expensive. That's at least $1,000. Actually, no, it's actually well more than 1,000 if we don't have any currency. But basically, the goal is to still get all the dolls, so I can't really save up that hard. So I'm gonna have to spend money. Unless I spend like a whole year just getting Doritos. And then maybe I can get a B6 guaranteed. Maybe the V6 will be over. Or maybe by that point, they'll announce Lunacia. They fixed malfunction and exit level 2. 100? Just 100? You mean 1,000? Or do you mean get 100 pulls from Doritos? Right now, the system should be stable again. Thank you! Sparing no time for words, the nurse dives right back into her work. The PNC member who was causing trouble earlier returned as her dolls finish up. Rebello, Viva! We just finished settling the new batch of patients. Okay, 100 pulls, yeah. Oh, I didn't see that. 900 Dorito pulls. Okay, yeah, got it. Yeah, and I didn't see the pull one. The pull word. Alright, so you basically, in total, you used 200 pulls, and you had 900 left over. Yeah, but you spend a lot of money. But by that, I mean, like, since you spend a lot of money, it also means you have a lot of Doritos, too. Because you can pull a lot more than me. So I think I would still have to, like, wait a very long time in order for me to accumulate what you have. Lina and Sapo push through the crowd. On Leva and Rebella, the four gather around a screen. Vaccination records? This is the data was sorted out while fixing the system malfunction. And why are you looking at that? Since the returning personnel's routine checks upon entering the green zones didn't show anything unusual, then there are likely two scenarios if they still got sick later. First, they skipped the required vaccination before being deployed to contamination zones or purification zones, leaving them unprotected against any infection. They returned during the incubation period and fell ill afterward. Second, they did get vaccinated as required, didn't get infected during deployment, but later came into contact with an infection source after returning to the green zones. That's AP Fund Weekly Resources got you as well. Yeah. Sapo nods gravely. Let's hope it's not the latter. These people are spread across every city in Odessa. If they got infected within the green or even the white zones, Odessa is in real danger. The doctors probably realized that too. That's why they compiled the patients' vaccination records for the past year. Yeah, I do eventually want to V6 someone. Right now, the top 3 candidates is Ulrid, Rebella, and actually, I just don't leave it at that. I don't think that's the third candidate. It's just really those two. Maybe Springfield will be the third candidate, but I think I'm settled on. Or rather, I would say I am okay with having V6 Springfield, but like in terms of feeling, the strongest is with Ulrid and Rebella. So I think a third candidate will only arise if it's another AR team member. which we know Sapo is coming soon. But I think with Sapo, it's going to depend on what her abilities are, if I really want to V6 her or not. Because like an unconditional is, if M4 ever shows back up, like yeah, immediately V6. I'll sell my house, I guess. I see. So did the records show anything unusual? Yes and no. What's that supposed to mean? Rebella, explain it to them. I'll go ask the doctor something. Right. Eva walks towards the control station not far away. The PMCs that return from temporary deployment are all officially registered with NAMFA and receive regular health checks. And the Red Corps, even in decline, are still part of the UNSC military, so most of them did receive standard vaccinations. Those who didn't, ironically, are mostly civilians who got caught up in the chaos, but they're few. Colleen did say the white and green zones have worker safety inspections, right? Vaccination records are part of those. Then what did Leo said by yes and no? We found that the vaccination manufacturers and batch numbers differ widely among the patients. We don't know if that had any effect. What about Star? Same as Sapo, really. Same category as Sapo. It depends on her kid if I would want to V6 her or not. So we consider a third possibility. These people were vaccinated, but the vaccines didn't provide effective protection. I see, so that's why Lipa went to consult the doctors. Oh, she's back! What did the doctor say? According to them, because Odessa covers such a large area and has many different purification zones, the government established multiple authorized ELIT vaccination sites. Each site is allowed to select approved pharmaceutical manufacturers from a government list and purchase vaccines within regulated price ranges to provide local inoculations. Those manufacturers were all licensed by the Oblast government. If the vaccines didn't work, wouldn't there still be quality checks on the vaccines before they're shipped out? Yes, but given the massive production volume, the government can only do random inspections. So there's a chance the vaccines did not meet production standards? Exactly. The problem is, with so many different companies and production lines, pinpointing a faulty batch is extremely difficult. And according to the staff we met earlier, some patients' disease progression doesn't match typical cases, meaning we can't backtrack any infection timings from symptoms, nor can we precisely identify vaccination dates. We can only define a rough range at best. What do we do now? Honestly, I don't have a more efficient plan. For now, we'll have to sort the data, group them by illness stage, and start eliminating possibilities one by one. Like a real chore. Is there no real way? I wish there were. Before that though, I want to pay someone a visit. Oh, you got a contact here in ODS07, Rebella? You all know him. She brings up an interface and pulls out the medical record. Liva glances at it and lets out a soft whistle as she recognizes the patient's name. Isn't this Mario? He's sick too? What, V6 Cocoon? Oh, that's very tempting. I think that one will have to depend on her plot. By plot, I mean actual plot. So, like, what's her relationship moving forward going to be? Because absolutely, 100%, she's going to be a playable unit at some point. According to the records, he was brought in the day before yesterday. He's currently in Ward E of this emergency treatment center. That's where they house patients in relatively good condition. Maybe we can get more information from him, and I'd like to check in on him as well. Let's go see him. The dogs follow the direction toward E and find Pavel leaning against a temporary reception desk. He isn't wearing a hospital gown, just an old but clean jacket. Nurse, could you check again? Have my wife and daughter's test results come out yet? It takes time to process test reports. Asking 10 times a day won't speed it up. My own results came out really fast last time. My younger daughter's still little. If there's anything wrong with her, she needs treatment right away. Medical resources are tight right now. Once the results are ready, the system will automatically send them to you and your wife. Please be patient. But see that Pavel's about to argue further. Leave steps forward and pass him on the shoulder. The wounded from the Gerard automaton incident still haven't recovered, and now the Elite outbreak hits. It's natural for the hospital to be overwhelmed. Don't make things harder for the nurse. Mr. Pavel. Oh, Umbrella, Viva, and the adult ladies? What brings you all here? We received orders to assist the local authorities, and when we found you were admitted, we can't check on you. And to get a better sense of the situation. Sure, no problem. Actually, I got something I wanted to report. Let's talk over there. The dolls follow Pavel to a bench by the corridor. As soon as they sit down, he starts rambling. You tell me, ladies. How did I come back just to run into this mess? My team and I cooperated fully with the PSA, and a few days later, every one of us fell ill. And your family? My brother got home before we had to all run over with external support squads. My wife and kids haven't shown any symptoms yet, just waiting for the test results. That's good. They'll be fine. This homecoming's been a disaster. Pavel rubs his head in frustration. The ozone mission got suspended, so my pay grade's gone down the drain. I thought I used the break to visit my family, but I barely got to see them. And now I might even be infected. And I might have infected them. Luckily, those garbage droids in the satellite town are leaving and stop acting up. Otherwise, there's no way I'd let them behind to come stay here, the hospital myself. You said you had something to report. What is it? Oh, yes. Look, when we were tested before entering the green zone, we were all perfectly healthy. Once we came back, we got sick. So I tell you, there's something wrong in Odessa. Someone's got to investigate. And? What do you mean by and? Isn't that serious enough? It is rather serious. How are you feeling now? He's talking this much, he's clearly fine. I'm alright, my symptoms aren't bad. The first couple of days were rough, but I'm much better now. Some of my colleagues still can't even stand though. When elites get bad, people go crazy. Let me tell you, Miss Bella, back when I was in Yellowstone. Before I went to the Yellowstone, did you get vaccinated? Seeing Pavel's about to go off another tangent again, Leva quickly cuts in. Of course I did. On schedule? More or less. More or less? Well, you know, in Yellowstone, missions sometimes have tight deadlines. So I might have gotten my jab a few days late, but that isn't a common occurrence, I swear. But according to vaccination records, you got every dose on time. Oh, well, you get fined if you're late, so as long as there's a short delay, it doesn't cause issues. As for records, you can, flush them a little. I see. Then do you know which manufacturer made the vaccine you received? What? Which manufacturer? The usually chatty Pavel grows hesitant under Leva's calm questioning, his eyes darting nervously. Just then, one of Pavel's coworkers happened to walk by. Yo, Pavel, chatting again? You been bragging about your old army stories to dolls now? Watch your mouth! These things are from Nampa. You didn't save my daughter before. Oh. Don't mind him, Miss Leva. He's with another support squad, so he met you all before. It's fine. We weren't finished talking about the vaccine. Vaccine? The cook's expression stiffens for an instant before he slaps his forehead theatrically. Oh, dang, I literally forgot. Pavel, the boss just sent a message. Online meeting, ASAP, I can't get you. Ladies, our boss has no patience. Pavel and I really gotta hurry. If you got questions, we can talk later, alright? Alright, we learned that for now. Thank you both for your cooperation. We'll be off. Thanks again for stopping by. Once I'm discharged, please visit our place. We'll see about that. Mr. Bella, my wife and I are truly grateful. Thank you for saving Lena. Don't mention it. Pavel nods and leaves with his co-worker. The dolls watch their backs disappear down the corridor. He sure can talk, but he didn't actually tell us anything useful. He wasn't telling the truth. Yeah. Huh? Did you see his coworker reaction? They're definitely hiding something about the vaccine. We'll have to find another way to make him talk. Eva's face hardens as she looks towards the direction Pavel went. Understanding her intent, Rebella steps in front of her. I'll handle it. Oh? I say I'm the better interrogator here. You're too soft, Rebella. I won't be. I'll find another chance to talk to him myself. There's something else I needed to confront him with, too. The two lock eyes for a moment until Leva finally shrugs and smiles again. Alright, we're to see you this motivated. But tonight is all you got. We don't have much time left. And since I want B3 Hella, I kind of want to B6 Lorelei when she comes out. Ooh, that's quite a bit. I remember this being a pretty long one. It is kind of crazy, yeah. Rebella leads Pavel into a small room tucked away in the corner. The sign on the door reads Consultation Room. Mr. Bella, you're too kind. You knew I was worried sick about my family and even pulled some strings to expedite the test results. Knowing they're fine really puts my mind at ease. I really should thank your doctor friend properly. He's in here, right? Huh? Where is he? The door opens. Pavel stares at the empty room in confusion. Rebella closes the door and plants herself in front of him. I'm sorry, Mr. Pavel. Mr. Bella, what's this about? I brought you here to continue our talk from earlier about the vaccine. I told you I think I can. You already secured this room. Here, I'd like you to tell me about what you couldn't say before. Your information is very important. Seeing the earnest look on Bella's face, Pablo seems torn. Mr. Bella, you saved my family. I don't want to lie to you, but my whole household depends on this job. I can't afford to lose it. I understand your concern, but perhaps after you meet my friend, your concerns will be alleviated. Your friend? Yes. Please wait a moment. Gorilla walks to the desk, switches on the display terminal, and enters a communication code. Huffle glances at Rebella's back, then at the unguarded door. In the end, he decides to stay put. The call connects. Kalina! Oh, I mean, Miss Kalina! A pleasure to meet you, Mr. Pavel. I didn't expect I was so well known. Please, have a seat first. Yes, ma'am. Pavel sits down on the chair. You're the head of NUMFA Oversight Office here in Odessa, responsible for monitoring PMCs. Of course I know who you are. I see, there's no need to be so nervous. Bella and Leva are both trusted and supporters of mine, and my most loyal friends. I actually here today simply because we want to understand what's happening here, with all these PMC personnel falling ill after the callback. The support mobilization was jointly initiated by the NAMFA and the Odessa Oblast government. Actually, we're responsible for both the recall personnel and the safety of Odessa. Yes, of course. So the investigation will be handled entirely by the NAMFA, and all information will be consolidated through us. Individuals and organizations providing intelligence will become cooperative partners of NAMFA, and will ensure their protection. What? Pablo looks helplessly towards Bella. What Kalina means is, we'll guarantee your personal safety, keep your identity confidential, and if necessary, help you find better work. Really? Please, trust me. Alright. Pablo licks his lips, then steals himself. Actually, it's no big secret. All us in this all PMCs know about it. The vaccines, the ones supplied to the vaccination sites, they're not all from Oblast-approved manufacturers. The official vaccines are too expensive, and the supply is limited. It's hard to even get an appointment. There are long queues, and all the available slots are taken by the big-shot travelers who just pass through the contamination zones. People like us never even get a chance. For those of us going to the yellow zones who want to return, for the poor folk in the green zones who want to stay, we had to show vaccination records to prove we're healthy. If we catch ELID, best case we end up here on an Oblast quarantine. Worst case, we lose everything, maybe we die. And then get expelled from the green zones under the excuse of infection control. But if it's only for the vaccination records, that's simple. A little work goes a long way. After all, we go to places like the yellow zones, sometimes on long-term assignments that exceed the vaccination cycle. It's not like you can get proper vaccines in the contamination zones. So in those cases, the company gets special authorization to purchase vaccines ahead of time and gives them to us for self-injection. When there's enough demand, so there's a market. And that's how this kind of cheap vaccine came about. Sold specifically to private PMCs and the poorer citizens of the green zones. And these vaccines can still be officially registered in the system? Where do you suppose the vaccines come from? Underground brokers? That's only one of the sales channels. Most of these vaccines come from the Yellowstone's medical resource backflow. Either leftovers or defective batches straight off the production line. The fact that they even make it back instead of being destroyed means someone's covering the tracks. For the people who can wipe evidence like that, also my vaccination records is nothing. So what you're saying, a lot of small PMCs are using these cheap vaccines? Yeah. They mix cheap and officially approved doses together to cut costs. We don't go to high risk areas anyway. With proper protective suits, it's not that easy to get infected. A few unlucky ones in the Yellowstones, that's normal. No one cares as long as no one dies. Besides, this is just my personal guess, but even the Railway Corps units in the purification zones aren't necessarily using anything better than us. But they're official URNC troops. Mr. Bella, you're dull. Maybe you don't get how humans think, but Miss Kalina, you understand, don't you? They're leftover hardliner units from the US Soviet Union. You think they get good treatment? It's just forced labor on their new name. The more times I pass through the purification zones, the more I feel for those soldiers, who have always protected Odessa, protected the cities behind them, past and present. They just once chose the wrong method, stood on the wrong side. But now the people of Odessa have forgotten both the flames of war and those soldiers who fought in it. Sometimes I wonder, if war broke out again, would anyone still volunteer to fight? You go to the front, maybe die, and you might get disposed of for some stupid reason even if you live. You might as well stay home. That's just me rambling, don't take it to heart. For someone like me, peace is always best. Whatever those bigwigs are planning, I just want to live my days in peace. I told you everything I know. That's very helpful information. Thank you for cooperating. Nothing. But please, don't ever let my name out. I didn't study much. The white zones will never be within my reach. And with dolls taking all kinds of jobs now, it's hard enough for humans to find decent work in the yellow zones, or in the green zones. You have my word. Makes you think KCCO aren't all that bad. Well, no, they were pretty bad. But we can say for sure a good majority of them were misguided, like you said. Just one time, when they answered the call to war, they picked the wrong side and they picked the wrong method. That's basically it. Carter was an asshole, though. 1,000,000%. Mr. Pavel, there's one thing I'd like to confirm with you. What is it? Go ahead and ask. Released after the confession, Pavel casually slouches back in his chair and bounces his leg. Watch your military service. Oh, what? You seem rather reluctant to talk about it. At first, I thought you simply didn't want to revisit the past, but from what your coworker said, I might have misunderstood. Right, Dylan? You are seeing this. Yeah. And besides, with the exception of certain special units, most veterans receive government placement. There's always work in white or green zones, not exactly a glorified lifestyle, but it's at least enough to survive. I'm just curious. You don't have to answer, you'd rather not. Since you already noticed, I won't hide anymore. Actually, I was a deserter. A deserter? Yeah, but it's not like I meant to run. There's a skirmish and my trench got shelled and I blacked out. When I came to, I found myself buried under rubble. There were dead bodies everywhere. The cleanup crews must have missed me. The unit was long gone by then. My first thought was to regroup, but when I crawled out, I tripped over a leg and fell flat on my face. And that fall made me think of Alina. Man, she wasn't born yet at the time, was she? Not my daughter, my wife. Her name's Alina too. Back then, she wasn't my wife yet, but, well, that's not the point. Anyways, we were already seeing each other by then. I wasn't lying before. I really did meet her while in the campaign. Our unit passed through a village. She was the prettiest girl there. She brought us bread, sang for us, everyone liked her. But she left me a jar of jam. Just me. Pavel blushes as he reminisces about his wife. After the unit left, we kept in touch. Communication wasn't easy during wartime, but wherever we stayed in one place long enough, I write to her. If conditions allowed, she replied. Her handwriting was beautiful. Umbrella clutches at Kalina, who doesn't interrupt. Before that battle, I hadn't gotten a letter from her in a long time. I didn't know if my last letter ever reached her, or if she got married, or maybe her village. Well, thankfully it was a false alarm, but I think something changed in me from that point on. Anyways, that fall scrambled my head. When I came to my senses, I was already running away from the battlefield, madly sprinting in the opposite direction from my unit. Things like national honor or the safety of our people, none of it mattered compared to Mary and Alina. Does your family know? No, the villagers didn't know any army rules. I told them I earned my early discharge for distinguished service, and they believed me. And no one ever followed up on you? Well, at the time. So many went missing during the war, monsters probably just marked me dead. Later, I exaggerated my service record a bit and pulled a few strings to my family registry in the satellite city. Of course, I never dared apply for vendor benefits. I do envy the real heroes returning home, but I don't regret it. When I had nothing to lose, I charged into war full of passion. When I did have something to lose, I realized, if I died, no number of victories would matter. From the start, the peaceful life I wanted only counts if I'm alive. Together with Alina and the kids. Pavel's words resonate within Rebella's newer cloud. She tries to grasp and analyze that feeling. It seems to untangle something deep inside her. Something uncertain and unresolved. Pavel misconstrues Rebella's silence. Mr. Bella, please look angry. I know you work for the government. The punishment for the old soldier is neither here nor there. It's better to avoid trouble. I wasn't even planning to bring it up. You're not going to hand me over to the military tribunal now, are you? Lena? This matter no longer stands. The statute of limitations has long expired. And with the recent reorganization, even identifying a prosecuting authority was to be difficult. That's a relief to hear. But Mr. Pavel, legal forgiveness does not mean moral rightness. I don't condone desertion, nor can I, or have the right to, pardon you in the name of the comrades or the army you once served. I understand. I never expected that. Pavel looks down awkwardly, avoiding Kalina's gaze. But I also can't entirely condemn you. Because I know if it was Kalina, and the commander said, "Hey, come with me, babe," Kalina would drop literally everything. So, she can't say much. Huh? Mr. Pavel, I had to have experience war firsthand. When flames of smoke separated me from those I cared for, I felt that same bone-deep fear. I understand how hard it is to keep fighting, even for a day, even for an hour, when your heart is weighed down by that kind of fear. No balls. To me, war is cruel. It grinds everything equally. The decision to enlist may take a moment, but every minute spent on the battlefield after witnessing blood and death, that's real courage. I can't condone your escape, but I won't deny the danger you faced, or the effort you gave. You should understand, during wartime, armies punish orders harshly to preserve order, to ensure commands are carried out. But war itself is only brutal. It's only a brutal means to earn lasting peace for more people. Now we're leaving peacetime. I won't expose this matter publicly. But please, in every moment from here on, let your actions be worthy of the forgiveness granted to you by law and by time. I understand. Thank you, Miss Kleena. Thank you for saying that. Pavel's eyes moisten slightly. He hesitates for a moment, then speaks again. I just remembered something. Something that might help you with your investigation. Can you wait a moment? Of course. Pavel sniffles sniffles and leaves the room. A moment later, the door opens again. Pavel furtively slips back in, clutching a small bundle. I'm back. I almost got caught. Here it is. Pavel sets the small bundle on the table and unwraps it. Is this the vaccine? Yeah, I secretly saved these. They're from the last batch I received. The one right before my most recent long-term mission. The company gave it to me to take along. How did you keep this? Since these vaccinations don't come through official channels, the inoculation process isn't that strict. Delay one shot by 3 days, the next by half a month, and you can stash a few away that way. Been doing that for a while. Never had a problem. Were you planning to sell them? No, I wouldn't dare. I just kept some for my family, in case something happened. And I had a chance to give them to them yet. When I got to OD-07, I was going to keep hiding them. The vaccination records still exist, after all. I'm in trouble if my boss finds out. Pavel looks a bit sheepish after admitting to several deceptions. But I trust you both. What you said earlier, this batch might not just be effective, right? Whoever's making this harmful stuff need to be caught. Thank you for your help, Mr. Pavel. No problem at all. If nothing else, I'll head back now. If my colleague suspects anything and tells the boss, I'm done for. With that, Pavel leaves the room again. Arabella, thanks to you, we got a very valuable lead. Target investigation will save a lot of time. It was just a lucky find. But be modest. If it weren't for you, Mr. Pavel would never have opened up. He's full of reservations. Well, I think what finally made him come clean was your response. My response? Yeah, what you said about Mr. Pavel having fought and then fled the battlefield. I can sense his conflict. He doesn't know how to face that past. It was your words that moved him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have handed the vaccines over. This also makes me all the more certain. Lena, do you know about how Percival overtuning the original 3rd gen doll design? Huh? Clea looks puzzled at Rabella's sudden change of subject. Yes, back then, Persica's third Jin doll tech was stolen, so she was forced to change research directions. I also heard from Lena that she participated in new experiments as a test doll. Still, even without external factors, it wasn't the first time Persica had overturned her own design. You yourself assisted in her endeavors, didn't you? Yes. I was once considered a successful modification. With Persica's help and guidance, I saw my own wishes. I freed myself from my doll shackles and learned how to follow my heart and make my own decisions. But later, Persica said I wasn't a threat than jealousy envisioned. The modification scheme by Lycoris succeeded, but she and I can just live on freely as Lycoris's third Jin doll. Did Persica explain why? Persica said a doll simply made to resemble a human wasn't what she expected a third Jin doll to be. I regret not being able to help Persica, but even to this day I still rejoice in the change of my own neural cloud. Nice events made me even more convinced of this. Human sensibility is a weakness, but also an opportunity. That's something all dolls, myself included, should try to consider. Rabella's musings leave Kalina a bit astounded. It seems to her that the boundary separating dolls and humans have grown very blurry. Rabella may still be immature, but she's learning, and learning makes her all the more human-like. It's a pity Lycoris is gone, and Persica gave up using you as a prototype for her research. Human doll cooperation could have looked very different. Is that what you'd like to see, Kalina? Me? Of course. To me, you dolls are both subordinates and friends. But that's not just lip service. And I'd look forward to a time without combat missions or orders, when we can simply chat and go shopping together. Until then, Kalina, you can keep being our superior. Kalina chuckles at Rabella's earnestness. Time is short. Then, as your superior, I'll not issue your orders. Rabella, please send me the manufacturer info and serial numbers for the vaccines that Mr. Pavel has kindly provided, and share their intelligence with Leva and the others. After that, wait for me to get in touch. Got it. Ooh. Wowie. Wowie. Commander, I traced the factory address from the vaccine, serial numbers, and synced its orders to you. This place is pretty close to where I am. Does Odessa use vaccines from Lviv? Lviv grew to a white zone city built around the native green zone. It's now a hub for the Intercontinental Railway. For transport conveniences, 5 cities around Lviv have various manufacturing plants and warehouses. But it is somewhere far. But look at it this way. If this batch really is problematic, hiding a manufacturing plant in a small place like that is safer than building it in Odessa. The vaccine itself still needs lab testing. I know. Sapo's already taking the vaccines to testing facility. Good. That's all we can do for now. I'll contact you when we have the results. The call ends. I look at the coordinates and feel a bit agitated. Angelia, Vladimir. Faces flashed in my mind. Some people made sacrifices to bring about peace. Others defended this fragile tranquility with flesh and blood. But the devil is always lurking in the shadows. Rosa, change the almost course to LVI-14. Kukai, make preparations for Andres and Belka. Understood. The factory windows are gently removed from the outside. 3 dolls slip in lightly. Kukai connects to the comms channel. Commander, we have successfully infiltrated the target factory. Preparing to begin the investigation. Good. Stay safe. Rekka hugs the wall and peers up at the surveillance camera. She observes it for a while, then tilts her head in puzzlement. This is way too easy, don't you think? Not only are there no patrol droids, even the factory surveillance system is offline. It's like charity for thieves. It's not that someone's careless, just that they don't need to bother anymore. Equipment and some leftover production materials are sealed and stored. But look! Andres points at some equipment wrapped in thick plastic. What? Let me see. Gerard? Big sis, isn't this the one that bullied Kalini others? Rekka clamps her hand over her mouth at her own loudness. The source tag says Gerard Group asset pending disposal. How can this be? This factory belongs to Gerard? Looks like it. I checked online before we came, of course you did. This factory is undergoing an asset transfer. Legal representatives and other info show under change review, so it's hard to find out who owns it now. So has Gerard sold this factory? Facing huge compensation and penalty costs, there's no one for Gerard to drop their tail and convert assets to liquid funds, but... You're also wondering why Gerard will own a vaccine plant in the first place? Yeah. The main business is in industrial manufacturing. How likely is Gerard, an industrial conglomerate, to invest in the new sector outside its domain? And they're producing an anti-elite vaccine. According to Colleen's intel, they're campaigning for Odessa's interim chief. If they're doing something so noble, surely Ruick would be blasting this all over the place for brownie points. Maybe this actually proves the production line is problematic. Keep investigating and share any findings. Belka and I will sort through the materials and equipment. Honors, you have electronics and try to find more info. Be thorough. Don't miss anything. These devices' protection is way too weak. It barely took any effort to hack into them. Don't get careless. We need to eliminate these defense units in order to find the exact intel we're looking for. Yeah, pretty much, Pokey. I'll be back.
あなたの采配のおかげよ。
I want to play Sapo in this. Yeah. Feels bad. That's a substitute Sapo. No one can sub in for Sapo. Sapo is her own kind of woman that you can't replicate. That said, we should be getting here in the first quarter. A crazy Latina mechanic. Man, you and your Latinas, man. Where's Star? Beats me. From Rebella's Affinity story, Star should be searching for Lunacia still. Or M4. Whichever we want to call her. Honduras exits level 2 after finishing her probe. How was it? There's very little information, but what I can tell is that production in this factory was halted suddenly. The wrap-up was rushed. Some of the equipment still holds leftover production locks. Looks like that Roic fellow is in quite a hurry this time, trying to sell out the entire factory so hastily. And you? Did you find anything? Nothing. Doc and I checked the production materials and equipment carefully. They're all standard supplies. The machines models are the most common in the market, nothing useful. Kai sweeps her eyes over the machines coolly, as if she wants to cut them open. This is only the first workshop. Let's check the others, there might be more clues. I just found the factory's digital floor plan. We can split up the search. Anders sinks the floor plan to the others. That's too many workshops. Let's start with the lab. Zora shut things down in a hurry. That's where we'll most likely find residual data. It's kind of hard to say. Got it. Whatever you say, big sis. Let's go. Na 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 na. Bouncy, 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 bouncy. Bouncy, 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 bouncy. The costume's great. Following the floor plan, the team arrives at the lab. Anders tears off a thick plastic sheet and powers up the terminal. As suspected, it requires login access. That's normal. Lab equipment usually needs higher level authorization. It's still this strict? Even after a full shutdown and transfer? If all we find are junk files again, I'm gonna be real mad. What brand of coffee? Oh, I'm drinking tea right now, but the coffee I had before was from there's actually a gift from the Secret Santa thing. It was from Dunkin' Donuts actually. So take that as you will. Prepare to enter level 2. Honestly, I'm not sure if you have a Dunkin' Donuts. Okay, yeah, you don't. It wouldn't be my choice, I'll put it that way. But, hey, coffee is coffee and it was free. I heard the donuts are good though. Yeah, Dunkin' Donuts. Yeah, they got good donuts. That's what they specialize in. I haven't had them in a super long time though, because I basically stopped eating donuts. Yeah, that reminds me. I told one of my work buddies that I'm still dieting, and he's like, "Yeah, I used to diet too, but now I just eat whatever and just work out much harder. That way I can still have fun." And then I said, "Yeah, I'm gonna be skinny and depressed." Once they successfully log in, Takai's team exit level 2. Oh, come on, after all that, it's just a standard inspection records. None of the records all look fine. Mood. And the produced vaccines are not around anymore. We can't even take samples for verification. We can hear for nothing. Unable to find clues, Becca storms off from the terminal and sits on the huge lab table, drumming her fingers on its surface. Quiet down. That's not spelled correctly. Probably should fix that. Okay, I'm sorry. Becca quickly stuffs her hands in her pockets. The data are all indeed standard test results, but not entirely useless. You don't go there for quality stuff, just... Yeah, basically, Pokey. Basically, everything in McDonald's is just bad. But you go to McDonald's for convenience, not quality. Like, to me, even their burgers taste like paper to me. Like actual paper. Huh? Bucko hurries back over. What have you found? Look at the timestamps, leader. Boring trick. Oh, isn't that just the last activation log? What's odd about it? Horse meat burger. The timestamp, that's about half a month ago, but since they were preparing the assets inventory, stopping early isn't unusual, right? Here's burnt coffee. These are where you can eat for cheap now, just go home. Yeah. Well, the purpose McDonald's has is that when I say it's for convenience, it's like, let's say for example, you have like 20 cans of food, but you forgot to cook ahead of time. So you only have like 10 minutes to get dressed and whatever. So basically you scramble to get dressed and you run off and you're like, oh, I'm so hungry though. And so you go to McDonald's. That's basically the purpose McDonald's has. Bukai sighs at Bucko's confusion. Do you remember when the production machines outside stopped operating? Nixon, you are correct, and they had the better burgers. You are absolutely correct. If I recall, a few days after this. So the lab stopped first, and the workshop carried on to finish up orders? What's wrong with that? There's nothing unusual about a normal factory season in production stages, but if a factory producing faulty goods... But if the factory producing faulty goods, what would you do? I destroyed the evidence. Oh! Bucko finally catches on. Big Setsukai, are you saying that the technicians could have rewritten the last activation logs to hide their tracks? Bukai nods. I got it right! Why are you so pleased with yourself? You probably had to count it on your own fingers like a kid. Even Andres figured it out instantly. I'm not sure she did. She might just notice something else. Look. Bukai glances at Andres, who appears to have crashed, and sighs again. Let's try to activate the... try to reboot the activation logs first. Bukai, can I get a reward now? Is there a reward? There ought to be a reward, right? Whether or not you get a reward depends on how much you do afterwards. Got it! At least want to try Japanese McDonald's and KFC. So the funny part about that, you probably already know, or at least everyone probably already knows. The reason why fast food places in other countries, especially Japan, are healthier for you is because they literally have better ingredients. Like straight up, that's the long and short of it. They have better ingredients. They don't use cheap slop every time. Yeah, the food that they show on like commercials and stuff over in America, by the way, just to make that specific. In commercials, they show off their foods and stuff, but the food is not actually cooked. It's actually still raw. It's only lightly cooked, just to show that the outer layers. And then they use food dye to make it look like it's good. And the reason why they do that is because the more you cook the meat, the more it shrinks, and so it won't look as presentable. So they only lightly cook it, and then they do like the searing and stuff like that. And then they use food dyes to make it look like it's actually cooked. So, at least over in America, don't trust. Do not trust food commercials. When Kakaya and Belka returned from level 2, Andres has already recovered from her crash and waves at them like nothing happened. Leader, any findings? Yeah. The terminal logs show traces of deletion, modification, and backup transfers. The consumer was clever. Without your hint, we might have missed it. Even the groceries are sus too. I actually don't remember any commercials regarding groceries. I guess I never looked at them whenever they come up. Andre's random content is fun. It's just because she's thinking too hard. It's literally that. I contributed? See, I told you Andres didn't actually get it. I totally blanked out. It'll probably crash after the first few sentences. Forget it, it's not that important. The wipe done in the outer workshop was really sloppy, but it's a totally different story here. Whoever deleted these data clearly didn't want us to notice what was erased and transferred. Your time discovery gives a new angle for rechecking. Hiro was busy oogling the beautiful Hooter girl ads. Yes, there were Hooter commercials. Yes, there was. Yeah. They didn't come on a lot, though. At least from what I remember. When I used to watch a lot of TV when I was younger. I actually went to a Hooter restaurant once. It wasn't with my family, because, you know, if you know, you know. But it was with my my brother. And his dad. And yeah, the chicken's actually really good there. They actually and truly do have good food. Well, had, because they're, as far as I know, they closed down. Yeah, Pokey, you are correct though. Yeah. What was TV, Grandpa? Come on, TV still exists. Yeah, you're absolutely right, Pokey. They're definitely basically all the food that we have here is not natural, and that's primarily like I want to say the big reason why, primarily, is because they want to preserve the food. That way, it stays on shelves for longer. Not your kind of place. I totally understand that. But yeah, 100% the environment there was actually not raunchy at all. By that, I mean, like, the customers there, they weren't being raunchy. They were actually very respectful. But, yeah, definitely, it had, like, the short shorts and the cleavage. And it was quite nice to look at as a teenager. But nowadays, I wouldn't go there. It just feels desperate nowadays. I mean, there's other places that you can eat. Would you try Maid Cafes though? Oh, absolutely. Yeah, 100%. I would 100% go to Maid Cafe and try it out. Just for the experience. You can see Reddit. Yeah, probably, yeah. Not gonna lie, she probably would. Right, under normal logic, you trace the logs backwards from the activation timestamp. No one would think to search for a date that doesn't exist. Such a sneaky bastard! Good thing you're clever, big sis. Don't celebrate just yet. When we can recover what was deleted, then it proves nothing. Okay, you actually are. You are super right about that, actually. There's like no reason to go to Hooters anymore. Or I'd say there's no reason to work at Hooters anymore. When you can just literally just post on Twitter post your pics on Twitter and say, hey, you want to know, we want to have more, check this link out. Then use your OnlyFans, and then you get like $10,000 a month. It also doesn't help that the internet as a whole, but especially Twitch, they celebrated these type of girls abusing their platform. So it got really normalized, like really normalized. Bukai's team works together to recover deleted data. This is all we could get. Some files were overwritten and gone for good. Let's see what we managed to salvage. Me, I'll open it. Baka quickly opens the file. Pharmaceuticals, something list. We're so garbled. Next one. This won't open at all. Baka tries to open the more recovered files, but most are too corrupted to view. Oh, this one works. It's a procurement list. Must be important data. Hooters. Let me see. Something too much gibberish. It's a kind of chemical compound? Vodka. 5 crates. Yeah, I know that vodka shit. Stupid bitch. That's probably thinking.
ウォッカってお酒の
Vodka? Is that an alcohol? How'd you know?
2ページ目を見なさい。
Check page 2.
あ、同じ内容が書かれてる。でも今度は
Oh, it's the same thing on page 2, but it's 10 crates this time. And after that,
まだある。
there's more?
まだだ。
And more?
どんな
What? And more still?
生活物資なんか消
What's the point of leading a supply list like this?
実験して
There's no room for drunkards in this lab.
美味しいみたいだね。たくも
Jeez, they're ridiculous. Rebecca angrily shuts the window and keeps checking the other files. The inner Slavs. Finally, after several failures, another file opens successfully. It's a partially corrupted research log. The latest experiment data aligns with expectations. It can be inferred that covalent bond adjustment targeting blank effectively enhanced radiation resistance in test subjects. The issue to resolve the success rate of blank cultures to enable larger scale experiments. Receive new medium blank 3140 from blank. Blank 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 blank. After repeated tests, medium blank -3 blank performs well. Culture success rate of blank improves by 40%. Plan to replace active ingredient blank in the vaccine with blank 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 medium blank -3140. Joint abnormalities applied for new medium procurement. O2 blank blank new vaccine blank clinical data meets expectations. Test subjects display strong radiation resistance. Blank blank. Clinical data shows test subjects' radiation resistance declined sharply within the predicted latency. The ELID symptoms appeared. Decided to continue observation after some discussion. Symptoms emerge, disease progression accelerating. Medium blank 3141 again shows abnormalities. Applied for new medium. Blank 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 blank. Data shows test subjects injected with new vaccine blank exhibit strong initial radiation resistance. But it lasts no more than blank hours before rapidly decaying. Continued exposure to contamination leads to ELID infection, but due to the vaccine's blank active ingredient blank, latency increases and early symptoms are milder. Subjects' own blank show almost no radioactivity. Data shows disease acceleration probability rises to 45%. Experimental subjects injected with blank emit radiation levels blank of ordinary ELID patients after full onset of the disease. Experiment was successful. Blank. It's redacted like the Epstein files. Blank failed. Cremated for disposal. New medium delayed by accident. Production halted. Blank blank.
実験成功。どこが？ワクチン効いてないどころか逆効果じゃない。
More blanks than Eminem's tracks. Experiment successful? No way. This vaccine is completely ineffective. It even made things worse.
この文脈。
If we follow their logic, that means they were developing this kind of vaccine intentionally from the start.
それなら、招集人員
In that case, the transfer staff who got vaccinated passed health checks and then fell ill soon after returning to the safe zones. It all makes sense.
それって
You mean they were already infected with ELID when they returned?
できた時からエリットに感染してたの。ええ。
Yes.
そしてこのワクチン
Their onset was delayed because of this vaccine. During the incubation or mild symptom stage, as long as their Verbian index stayed below the threshold, the security gates would treat them as normal returnees. CT scanners wouldn't raise any alarms.
それにこの記録によれば
And according to this log, once fully developed, the disease accelerates, and the glass particle radiation is stronger than in typical elite cases. That explains a higher secondary spread rate. Elite can still be cured in the early stage, but once it progresses, that's another story. Odessa has so many residents. Don't throw that for now. Save these files. We're heading back. After reviewing the materials Clyde's team brought back, I connected Colleen's comms channel and relayed everything. Mr. Pavel avoided disaster precisely because he didn't get vaccinated. Seems likely he's a victim of a secondary outbreak. That's horrifying. The Girard group has gone insane. What do they gain by making so many people sick? A prophet born of chaos. But weren't they liquidating the factory to pay compensation? And if they tampered the vaccines, causing so many people to fall ill at once, then the PSA will open investigations sooner or later. If things get serious, other departments will get involved too. Isn't Girard afraid of being disposed? That only means one thing. Girard didn't orchestrate the automaton malfunction. It actually caught them off guard. If that hadn't happened, the transfer personnel wouldn't have returned all at once, and the impact would have been much smaller. According to what you said, Rubik has a strong influence over both the Oblast government and the media, so in the end, this would have been dismissed as a few isolated incidents. Exactly. As long as Oblast government downplays it and treats it as an ordinary contamination accident, the PSA naturally won't open the case. So that means, with the Elite outbreak spreading like this, even Girard has lost control? Probably. But if they could turn it around, Rubik's scheme might actually succeed. Special vaccine combined with conveniently timed malfunctions at the security checkpoints will make infection numbers skyrocket in a short time. Odessa's healthcare system can't possibly handle that many patients all at once. The Oblast government will have to spend more money, commissioning the Girard group to build hospitals and maintain equipment. If Girard controls both the security gates and the distribution of faulty vaccines, they can even create a false image, and illusion that Girard's technological breakthroughs have once again driven Elite away from the green zone. That means Girard would actually get what they want. Fortunately, we found direct proof of their crimes. How's the vaccine? Has sample delivered to the lab? Yes, it's almost reached Target City. There's been no interference along the way. It's like Major Fedya and Girard had too much on their plate to actually pay attention to us this time. We haven't run into any more trouble during our stay in OD-07 either. Also, Levi, you got something to say, haven't you? It's just a theory, and to be honest, there's no evidence. I don't want to make baseless claims. That's why I'm not sure if I should bring it up. Go on. It's not like we're fine people for getting things wrong. Alright. Commander, do you remember the health report you sent to Colleen about Helena's condition? Make sure you wear a double mask to fight off the Elite infections. Oh man. I also read the report myself. Put it simply, Helena will show symptoms of organ failure without collapse radiation. This is true? And this checks out. Which means Helena isn't truly fully immune, she's more like a byproduct of an experiment. You're right. I don't think she is the Kapatas that Paradis refers to. If that's the case, then it matches up with what's stated here. Leva reopens the recovered files brought back by Fukai's team. What have you found? There's a strange phrasing in the logs that caught my eye. Medium failed, cremated for disposal. Normally, when a pharmaceutical lab's culture medium expires, they dispose of it via sterilization process, not cremation. Even if heat treatment is used, it's described with precise terms like incineration, dry heat, or moist heat sterilization. Cremation, though, that's a word you use something like cadaver, isn't it? You don't mean... No way! Not to mention it, Fukai's team did say that the vaccine factory lab had an examination table big enough for a human body, and there's an oxygen generator in the corner. That doesn't necessarily mean it was human. It was something else alive, right? Ordinary labs use rats too, don't they, Leva? You're right, but this lab just happens to be linked to the Gerard group. Helena was originally cargo consigned for transport by the Gerard group, but because of Colleen and the commander's interference, she's never successfully delivered. That matches the timing of the final culture medium mentioned in the research logs. You lined up perfectly. That little girl. There's no way! If your theory is right, then according to those logs, the culture media, or rather the Helenas, were transported out from somewhere, passed through bounty hunters and Vaegers, had their traces flight, and were finally sent into the green zones, into factories like the ones we found. Multiple Helenas. This conclusion isn't inconceivable to me, but deep down I can't bring myself to believe it just yet. That's absolutely abominable! Those people have never known the meaning of mercy. All of us fall silent. We can't help but think of those white figures, bodies fused with machinery, and of that hated name, William. He was hurled to the earth, and his angels with him. If heaven and hell truly exist, then the demon we once buried and his heralds have broken their chains and returned again. Because of monsters like these that we can never stop. Not for a single moment. Colleen, what do we do next? You'll continue assisting OD-07. Focus security administration and maintaining order and wait for Sapo's test results on the vaccine. I'll send all the intel we gather today to them so that they can perform targeted analyses. And Sapo? She's staying at the lab for now. In case our operation gets exposed, she'll have backup on site. Leva, aside from helping the PSA, you'll also have to make time and give me some remote assistance in organizing the evidence we'll need to file charges against the Gerard group. If the test result matches our expectations, I notify command. The NAMFO will submit the materials and request prosecution of the Gerard group, as well as attention of its executives. No problem. Looks like our handover in Lviv Oblast will have to be postponed for a while, huh? I'm afraid so. Commander, please remain on standby or operate near Lviv Oblast. Take care of Helena. Roger that. No, I see a day weirder one gave me orders, Colleen. I'll start compiling documents now. Colleen's face flushes beet red as she turns off the comm. That's a long series, so let's see how much I got left. Not much. Like 2 more hours. A few days later, Lena and her group have made their move. The documents have already been passed on to Heli. That production line transferred to Gerard didn't go to waste after all. Chairman Ruick could have never imagined that while he thought he held full control over third-gen doll technology, he had already, with its help, seized the lifeline of Odessa and the surrounding purification zones. He even took your dagger in his own hands and drove it right into his own heart. Gerard has always handled the transportation of the culture medium and knew of his cooperation with Paradis. Even if the medium later changed his hand several times, Ruick must have realized that what it was doing with it. But urgency and arrogance dulled his senses. Now I finally understand why you, and Seth Bobbin, have always indulged the Gerard Group's request. The lullaby was never meant for Odessa and the RNC alone. Even Chairman Ruick has fallen asleep without realizing it. Send a message to Ruick, then tell it that preparations for the next periodic meeting must begin. I'll be bringing it the promised gift. Time to disturb the sweet dream of Odessa's residents for a moment. Ruick receives a message from Cocoon, from which he finally learns the truth about the production line obtained from Sect Bobbin, and that the indictment against the Gerard Group has passed Heli's review, soon to be filed in the Obelisk court. Given the Gerard Group's previous contributions, executives must have not been yet approved for detention, but they must report to a designated location within 6 hours to await trial. Additionally, refusal to appear will result in a special task unit personally inviting you to attend. So be mindful of your safety, Chairman Ruick. Reading the message word for word, Ruick explodes with fury. That production line was used for this? Seth Bobbin, those rabid dogs! Cocoon! Where's Cocoon? Get her ass in here! The secretary, who has always been at his beck and call, does not respond to his calls at this time. Where the fuck is she? Ruick frantically dials a sequence of numbers on his terminal. The waiting tone methodically devours every shred of his patience, feeding his agitation and dread. Finally, the line connects. Apologies for the wait. Where the hell have you been? Get me Sect Bobbin's representative right now! Me? I just received notice from it that my reassignment to your support team has ended. Naturally, I'm returning to my original post. After all, a secretary can serve 2 masters, can't she? You were in this from the start, weren't you? I wouldn't say in on it. I'm simply carrying out the assignment given by my superiors. And I did handle the tasks you instructed to me, Chairman. Very meticulously, I'd say. Don't waste my time with nonsense. Without Gerard, the Lullaby project can't continue without an Odessa. Target me and it won't let you off the hook. Oh, you can rest easy on that. As I said before, it will never abandon its plans for Odessa. The Lullaby project will proceed as intended. It's just that the lullaby can be sung by more than one voice, don't you think? You fools seem to forget who holds the 3rd-gen doll tech and access rights. Oh, do we? I recall that about 2 weeks ago. Yes. The night your data center was attacked, you so generously shared all those secrets with every core family. Noticing Cocoon's smug tone, Rurik rushes to check the system logs. Behind Cocoon's meticulous cover-ups, the hidden data now lies exposed. All 13 DOS restrictions have been lifted? And NASA missions. Why'd you do this? Instead of worrying about that, I suggest you focus on self-preservation. From what I've heard, the evidence Helly received directly implicating Gerard in criminal activity is extremely detailed. Once the trial begins, you're very likely to lose. And when you do, well, I'll let you think about what comes next. Consider that my final favor to you, as your former secretary. Bon voyage, Chairman Rurik. Cocoon hangs up on him. Rurik curses as he punches in several other numbers, but not a single call connects. Damn it! Bunch of backstabbing bastards! He hurls the communicator across the room, then after a few furious pants, picks it back up a few seconds later. I'll make you all pay for this. Just you wait. Rurik dials his driver's number. Hey, get my car out of the garage. I'm going to the airport. Rurik's private sedan speeds out of Odessa towards the private airfield in the satellite city. He tries again and again to call people, only to find out most of his contacts have already blocked him. Cowards. You were never shy about taking my money, but the moment there's trouble, you all vanish! Still seething, he scrolls through the contacts until his finger stops on one name. This one. This one pick up for sure. After a few seconds of the call tone, the line connects. Rurik's expression eases slightly. Legislator Rurik. Major, you gotta help me. I've been framed. And then you should go to the designated location, appear in court as instructed, and wait for the verdict. No, they'll throw me in the prison. They'll fabricate even more evidence, and I won't be able to defend myself. Major, you know what kind of person I am. Please, such as late to try for a bit. I'll find proof that the Gerard group and I are innocent. If that's truly the case, following due process will still allow you to clear your name. Please, trust the authorities. I advise. Enough! Got it with Major Fedia's calm tone. Rurik loses all patience. To forget what you owe me. Everything you've done these years. You, a poor wretch who never seen a battlefield. How do you think you became a major? Who do you think made that happen? If I fall, you're going down with me. You're right. Once your crimes come to light, I won't escape punishment either. Good. You understand then. But that's just as well. What did you just say? Odessa's prosperity doesn't need people like me. Stains never disappear. They are only simply ignored by those who choose to look away. Legislator Rurik, I'm grateful for your past support and mentorship. What I've seen recently has made it impossible for me to keep deceiving myself and turning a blind eye to the Gerard's crimes. I'll stand with you and face judgment under the law. Fedia ends the call. No! Set Father Cocoon, Fedia Nampa, and all those psychopathic factors. I won't let a single one of you get away with this! Rurik opens a hidden interface on his terminal, a manic grin twisting his features. You think Gerard has been working all these years for nothing? You think you can stop me here? Dream-on! I'll send every last one of you to join that idiotic former chief in hell! Ha 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 ha! Ha 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 ha! Laughing hysterically, Rurik slams the activation key. Clip that. Fedya, clad in bulletproof vest. Fedya, clad in a bulletproof vest, and sat quietly in a security administration vehicle, stares down at his communicator. He listens to the low, steady hum of the engine. He knows he's heading out to hunt down his own benefactor. Gerard's crimes, Ruick's reaction, none of it surprises him. His mind remains calm, as it always does. God damn, Dylan. What the fuck? He's so fast with that. He doesn't even remember when he became this numb. Convinced that he was protecting peace, preserving Odessa's prosperity, he has spent years justifying his blindness and cowardice. The figures he once falsified were like gray snow, drifting through images of the contamination zones. They slipped through the filtration grids, piling up silently, freely, and he dismissed them all as nothing more than dust. Now, the snow comes cascading down in an avalanche, burying everything. All he's seen these past few days, the blood, the helplessness, forces him to face the truth at last. Fyodor Andreevich Sokolov has never truly understood anything, nor did he stand above it all as he once believed. His so-called tolerance has been nothing but ignorance, because he has never walked through the snow himself. Alright, let me just listen to this real quick. This is not found, actually. That's weird. Try it again. No, so it's not found. Let me try clicking on it. Over here instead. Yeah, it works on the live chat, just not on my stream for some reason. Gmon! I'll send every last one of you to join that idiotic former chief in hell. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Oh, I'm so stupid. A notification pops up on his communicator. Based on the conclusive evidence directly linking the Gerard Group to criminal activity, and given that its executives, including Chairman Ruick Gerard, have failed to appear at the designated location within the deadline, authorization is granted to arrest all senior Gerard personnel. Can we have that as a sub-notification? What, you don't want the, oh my god! You want that to be replaced? The message drifts through Fedya's mind like a falling leaf, lighting softly on a dark river within. He raises his communicator. Why not both? I'll see what I can do. All units, attention. Proceed with the arrest of the Gerard Group's senior executives. Move according to the pre-assigned squad divisions. Eva, you'll lead the dolls in tracking down the Gerard Group's chairman, Ruick Gerard. His vehicle has been located. Coordinates have been synced to you. Got it. We're already closing in on his position near the satellite city. Here's to a smooth operation, Major Fedya. Count on you. Fedya pockets the communicator, touches the special security administration badge on his chest, and lifts his head. Move out! For Fedya, this may well be the last mission he'll ever undertake as a major of the SSA. But that finally stirs the water at last. Elsewhere, a jeep bursts out from the side road, sirens blaring. Security automatons block traffic from the other direction. They're in a path for Leva's team. Leva, that's his car up ahead! Finally caught up with this slippy bastard. Ready your weapons. Don't let him get away. Leave it to me. Rebel and Lennon leaned out of the windows, weapons raised. Leva slams the accelerator just as Rua's car comes into range. A burst of gunfire tears towards the jeep. Lena, look out! Leva jerks the wheel, swerving hard. Lena dusts back inside just in time as her side of the jeep scrapes past a roadside barrier. An ambush? What the hell? Aren't the roads supposed to be sealed? Look at armed droids. Oh, why did you shut up now? Quit complaining, take them down. I mean, you guys are actually going to try to do So you guys want me to do ha 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 ha, oh my god? On the same one? I'm not sure that's going to mix well though. I can try it out. I'll have to upload it to you. I can do it in a little bit. On the next auto battle, I can do it. The dolls make quick work of the rogue automatons blocking their path, but Ruik's car has already vanished. Neva checks their tracker quickly. Back in the car, we can still catch him. Cool to see the story picking up again, but this event might be too much politics and complicated for most normies. Do normies play this game? I guess is the question. The dolls scramble back into the jeep, but before they can resume pursuit, an emergency transmission from Kalina comes through. Leva floors the pedal and takes the call. We just caught up to Ruik, but we were ambushed by illegal combat units. This isn't too big yet. We can still catch up. Leva, abort pursuit immediately. Head back to ODE-07. Leva frowns, but keeps her foot on the gas. Why? The Gerard's production and research systems were found to contain hidden backdoor programs. Ruik just activated them. So Gerard's are about to malfunction again? But we've already shut down a bunch of them after the last incident. So it shouldn't be too bad, right? Most of the shutdowns last time were security units. This time the scale may be much wider. Exactly. I've received reports that Gerard made automatons across Odessa are suffering massive system failures. Even several factories they helped build are experiencing production malfunctions. Also, Gerard had stored illegal armed automatons in warehouses across Odessa. Reports confirm that they're now activated, spreading chaos through urban areas. So the ambush wasn't an isolated cause? No. All local security forces in the satellite cities are being deployed to maintain order. But ODE-07 has the highest concentration of rogue droids. You're the nearest combat specialist unit. Get there immediately and assist. What about Ruik? It's obvious he's creating this chaos to buy himself time to escape. If he makes it out of Odessa, we'll never get him back. A new SSA task force has been dispatched to take over your pursuit. Airspace interception is already underway. The droid malfunctions and system failures are all cooked up by Gerard. Can Gerard's own engineer clean up this mess themselves? The executives we've detained already surrendered to shutdown keys and backdoor source codes. But none of them work. The chaos has not stopped. So the keys are invalid? Are the codes are wrong? We don't know yet. The technicians are still investigating. At present, the Odessa Oblast government has lost control of vast numbers of automatons and facilities, including the Selene power plant in OD-07. Colleen, that's the one that... Yes, it was authorized for new engine research. Large glass particle containment tanks were buried beneath it with local government approval. You're not about to tell me those dangerous tanks are about to blow, are you? I wish I weren't. But the plant systems and infrastructure are all built by Gerard Group. Because of the backdoor activation, the vector engines are running at full overload and can't be shut down. If the engines overheat and trigger a generator explosion, those tanks, well... The power plant has already requested emergency aid. You're to head there immediately and assist local PSA and technical personnel in resolving the crisis. Oh, for God's sake. How many nuclear blasts would it take before humanity learns? Luna makes a sharp turn and the Jeep veers decisively towards a new direction. We're heading for OD-07 right now, but Colleen, the fact that Gerard's programs have unpatchable back doors and that determination keys for the rogue machines don't work at all, I suspect foul play. Do you remember the mysterious doll we've encountered in the server room? Her electronic warfare capabilities was exceptional. The destruction of the server room and ensuing chaos were also tied to her. And she's also behind this incident. It's gonna be hard to resolve. I understand. The Oblast government has already issued orders to assemble all mechanical units with high combat capability that were not manufactured by Gerard, as well as all technical personnel. Reinforcements will arrive soon at all satellite cities, including ODE-07. At the same time, the Oblast government has determined that the Gerard Group's actions constitute outright treason against Odessa. The counterinsurgency operation has been codenamed Operation Zeister. Its objective? To completely suppress the Gerard Group and its illegal armed automatons, restoring law and order to Odessa. As for whether it will succeed... We need to pause this briefly. We'll just have to give it everything we got. Colleen, what about the residents and the wounded in OD-07? All underground shelters in OD-07 have been opened. I'm leading Nava's armed forces there myself to assist local security in evacuating civilians and the injured. Huh? You're going to OD-07 yourself? Yes. If the Selene power plant explodes, the class particles stored in containment tanks will spread with the blast, and the protection provided by the underground shelters will drop sharply. Even without that danger, large-scale combat between automatons could easily cause collateral damage. Everyone in OD-07 who isn't involved should be evacuated right now, shouldn't they? The feasibility of evacuation is still being discussed by the Oblast government. Is that even up for debate? The chaos has already blocked most of OD-07's air and sea routes. The land route across the Odessa Bay Bridge will force evacuees close to the White Zone. Most of OD-07's evacuees are infected with ELID. If they approach Odessa, the class radiation levels in the city could rise, risking another ELID outbreak. So they sealed off the bridge? Temporarily, is what they told me. That's practically a death sentence for everyone in the island. Crossing the bridge by force isn't so simple either. Due to the sudden escalation of the security threats, the turrets on Odessa's fixed quarantine walls are about to go fully active. The Odessa Bay Bridge is a double tower, double cable suspension bridge, structurally fragile, easily damaged by stray fire. To preserve the bridge for future evacuation reinforcements and to prevent enemy units from breaking through towards Odessa, the government has narrowed the bombardment range along the bridge and shifted firepower to the coast between the bridge and the city. But if evacuation convoys try to cross the bridge now, they'll need heavy escort and they'll risk getting caught in straight bombardment once they descend. So, we just wait? Legislative Zimmerman is pushing hard to finalize the evacuation plan, and Director Kruger is applying pressure as well. For now, all we do is help the local authorities contain the chaos, prevent widespread panic, and protect the people in OD-07. I've ordered Sapo to go straight to OD-07, but with the train shut down, she's now waiting for UAV transport. She'll join you later. Leva, Lena, Rebella, I'm counting on all of you. Colleen, you be careful too. I hope we can all see each other again. What did Leva mean by this? It should be obvious, right? Humanity loves nukes. They love nuking each other. Rubik steps out of the car and strides towards the private jet, already prepared to take off. Move faster, damn it! He slaps away the umbrella the driver offers and steps into the rain. His steps are hurried. He lets the drops fall freely on his carefully groomed hair. Welcome aboard, Mr. Rubik. Rubik doesn't stop. He gestures for the driver to pass over his briefcase. Then he walks straight up the stairs without looking back. The cabin door closes. After a short taxi, the plane slowly lifts off. Watching the buildings shrink beneath him, Rubik finally exhales in relief and sinks into his seat. Sir, perhaps you'd like to change out your coat and dry your hair? Yeah. Rubik nods, moves his coat, and gazes out the window until the smoke and fire below turn to tiny specks in his view. He accepts a glass of champagne from another crew member, takes a sip and closes his eyes, enjoying a gentle towel wiping his hair. You oversight fools. As long as Gerard stands, you live in paradise. Without Gerard, all that awaits you is hell. The crew member's hand pauses for a moment at Rubik's outburst, then continues wiping. If only like you, aware of who truly deserves reverence. Thanks for that come to this. Yes, sir. Why are you shaking? Once you get me out of Odessa, you don't have to worry about your future again. A dull dub breaks Rubik's calm. He opens his eyes, irritated. The hell are you? The curse freezes in his throat. The soft fingertips that had once been gently massaging his scalp through a towel have been replaced with cold steel. Now it's my turn to save you, Gerard. A familiar voice speaks behind him. Dodger? The fuck? Dodger presses the gun against his head and steps around to face him. You didn't really think you could still order me around, did you? The Cocoon has done a pretty thorough job for reprogramming your neural cloud. Rubik glances at the crew member lying bullishly nearby, then pretends to glare at Dodger in anger, while signaling subtly to another crew member emerging from the cockpit. That has nothing to do with her. I willingly erased most of my records. It is regrettable, however, how the habits you programmed into me still linger, except when it comes to dealing with you. Doctor keeps the gun near steady, her other hand clutching her chest. There is no trace left of your ugliness or folly here, but the fire of disgust still burns bright. Give up your pathetic little schemes. You won't get a response, except perhaps a hymn as your life fades away. You bastard! What even came for siding with Seth Fabin? Don't forget who! A gunshot rings out. Bright red stains spread across the wool carpet in the cabin. The one who orchestrated this mechanical chaos dies by the mechanical unit's gun. The audience will find this ending most satisfying. Now forever hold your peace. Dutcher ignores Ruick's cooling body, turning instead to the other crew member. The person has already shed their uniform jacket, revealing bionic skin that can only be found on a doll. Cocoon has successfully delayed the sealing of the back doors. The Odessa government won't be able to regain most of the automatons and faculties for the time being. Next, I'll coordinate with her to amplify the chaos that Ruick Gerard set in motion. She has sent you your next orders as well. Doctor checks the message, then lets out a theatrical sigh. So I don't get an invitation to the next banquet. What a shame. Please kindly drop me off somewhere along the way. No problem. I preloaded the command. The aircraft will descend to a safe altitude in 20 seconds. Much obliged. Then, allow me to take my leave. Doctor opens the cabin door. A blast of wind tears through the cabin, scattering the other doll's hair. The doll gestures towards Ruick's lifeless body slumped on the ground. And while him, a devil from hell should return to hell. Throw him out. Whether it's churning river of blood, or the concrete forest below, either can be his grave. Right. Then, dear comrades, I entrust Odessa to your care. Give it the grandest feast imaginable. Even if I cannot attend, I will watch the lights from afar. Do not disappoint me. With that, Doctor curtsies deeply, then falls backwards off the aircraft. My Christmas money pulling Rebella feels good. I'm not sure. Please say psych right now. No, I can't say psych. That's a bad word here. Leva's team arrives at the Selene power plant. As expected, the site is in total chaos. The security automatons still functioning normally, and the PSA personnel are fighting to hold back waves of illegal combat units. Weaving through gunfire with quick, precise movements, the dolls make their way to the security administration officer coordinating the defense. Not auxiliary dolls. Leva, Lena, Rebella. Report for duty. Acknowledge. Miss Leva, Miss Colleen, and Major Fedya have instructed me to send you immediately to the central control room and assist the technicians with the system malfunction. The whole thing's here. Ra-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta. Watch out! Linda tackles the officer out of the way as the drone explodes overhead, crashing exactly where he'd been standing. It was hit by an illegal armed automaton. The young man, who seemed composed and professional just a moment ago, finally betrays his age. He peers dazedly at the still spinning rotors, still half in shock. Thank you. Lena, you stay here. Rebella and I will head to the control room. Huh? Okay. Be careful, Oliva. You too. Eva and Rebella rush into the central control room, where several technicians are frantically at work. No good, the back door still has failed. The system's still under attack. Shutdown commands aren't executing. I'll give you the power, can't keep up. Optimize algorithm, try again. We have stopped the engine. We've already tried several times, but there's no progress at all. Every time we fix it, it gets overwritten immediately. But some friendly is pulling the strings from behind the scenes. This is bad. He steps forward with a frown. Auxiliary dolls from Nanfa. Levi and Rebella, here to render support. What's the current situation? Finally, cavalry's here. Actually, the technician explains the crisis at the power plants. So most of the generators have been reclaimed, but the ones connected to the factory engines are still out of control? Yes, originally the generators were part of the unified installation years ago, and most control authorizations rested with the Obelisk government. But after the new energy research began, 2 large generators were repurposed and rebuilt for the secondary development, and their control systems were isolated. The Girard Group handled most of that work. So the Girard Group left backdoors in those 2 generator systems? Judging by the situation, yes. Those backdoors are nearly impossible to seal. We're trying to reclaim partial control, at least enough to activate the cooling systems and push output to the maximum. But to fully regain control, if electronic means don't work, well, a physical shutdown. Impossible! The former chief was worried about sabotage causing a safety incident, so he specially rebuilt the generator rooms for those 2 units. The isolation gate is currently locked. To open it, several authorized personnel must be physically present to verify their biometrics simultaneously. Have you contacted them? We have, but with constant transport in shambles right now, some can't be reached, while others are still on their way. The turrets inside are already unstable. Forcing entry to the building would be too dangerous, but judging by the fight out there, it'll be too late by the time everyone gets here. Not to mention those are still missing could be... Morello trails off, unable to voice a grimmer possibility. That they're all dead, that's what you're saying. Like, yeah, someone could be dead, and then this wouldn't work at all. Continue to handle the back doors and work to regain system control. Morello, let's exit level 2 and check the security system for the isolation gate. Understood. T023? This machine looks really weird. Eva, do you have any information on it? Let's see. This is a mammoth, isn't it? Do you see the... God, her tits are huge. Okay. Refocus. Do you see the dozer blade attachment on its front? Got it. We'll support you. So take care of it ASAP. Big enough, but not big enough. That's fine. She would still need help with those. see. Hmm. Hold on, I gotta actually like mute this so I can listen to this. Hmm. I think the second one might be better. In my opinion, I think the second one is better. I'm not sure how everyone else feels about it. Soft mod isn't necessarily flat, and neither is AR-15 for that matter. Soft mod is bigger than AR-15. It's more of like M4 and RO are massive by comparison. But RO is the biggest one. RO is bigger than M4, but M4 is not far off. We never actually get to see M16 as like in like she has like her anniversary skin, but even that it doesn't really show off how large she is. But she might be more of like anime C cup, you know what I mean? While M4 is D and RO is DD. Or double D. I should say that in that way. You're not the only one. Yeah, she always had a coat on, which is why it's so difficult to see her body type. Which is why there's only really the anniversary skin that shows off her body. But even then, it doesn't really show off how large she is in the chest area. But how do we get on this conversation? Is it literally because I said that RO's tits are huge? That clip peaks a lot. Yeah, it's you had to turn it down a little bit. Yeah. About who's that's the biggest butt? That one's more difficult. We can talk about whose butt is exposed the most. That's Swomi's. Something about her artist, she just loves showing off her butt for some reason. I don't know why. Okay, let's continue. Leva and Rebella examines the security systems for the area around the isolation gate. The design is quite solid, but still a bit behind on the government security systems. In principle, all systems used by the UNSC network are supposed to be built and managed under Heli's unified architecture, which ensures system-wide security. Why would the former chief develop a new security system just for this facility? To use the government systems, he would have needed upper level approval. Perhaps there was interference somewhere. You mean Heli was compromised? I'm not sure. Maybe the former chief suspected that too, which could be why he designed an independent security system for the isolation gate instead of letting the Gerardo group handle it. It's probably one of the few areas where he still had direct authority. Right, it'll be hard to break through, but since Gerard wasn't involved, there shouldn't be any backdoors planted. Now that the power plant's level 2 has switched to local mode, even that mysterious hacker can't interfere with the backdoor-free system. That means we can break through without outside disruption. There are 5 layers of access authentication locks. It won't be easy to crack. But this is our best opening yet. Let's disconnect for now and coordinate with the technicians. If reinforcements arrive smoothly and we push hard, we can finish this in a few hours. Na 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 na. Hurry, this way. Get in the truck. Standing in the rain and dressed for combat, Kalina helps the patient climb into an armored transport. Just 100 meters from her position, the Namfa armed units and ODE-07 security forces are in fierce combat with illegal automatons. Kalina wipes the rain from her face and gazes into the northeast with a frown. Just moments ago, a nearby district 2 blocks away was bombed. That was the temporary command post for refugee escort forces. Since that bombardment, she has lost all contact with Lieutenant Colonel Groff, the commander of the evacuation operations. Suddenly, Kalene's terminal beeps. She immediately opens the channel. This is Kalina, Senior Counselor of the Namfa. Go ahead. This is Major Vasily, Frontline Commander of ODE-07. Counselor Kalina, we just received word. Lieutenant Colonel Girov, Commander of the Evacuation Forces, went missing 10 minutes ago during the latest bombardment. What I mean is he's fucking dead. Even though she expected it, Kalina clenches her fist. We urgently need a new commander for the refugee escort units. But the situation is pure chaos. The fighting is intense. Reinforcements hasn't arrived. And we're severely short on officers. Everyone's tied up on the front lines. Counselor, if you could, please temporarily take command of all re-evacuation operations, coordinate resources, direct personnel, and lead civilians and patients safely into shelters. Understood. I'll do everything I can to protect the evacuees. Thank you so much for your cooperation. Vasily immediately transmits the authorization to all escort forces. All field reports begin streaming into Kalina, who swiftly assumes control of the evacuation logistics. The comms channel crackles with the constant roar of gunfire. Calling Escort Team 5. Calling Escort Team 5. This is Kalina. Report your status. Ma'am, we're about 800 meters from the designated shelter. We lost around 30% of the personnel and automatons, but we can still move. Good. Keep those transports rolling. Shelter Unit 7, move to the coordinates now and assist Team 5 with their escort mission. The sharp blast draws Kalina's attention. Through the rain, 2 tall buildings have collapsed. Counselor, our route's been blocked by debris. We have to detour. ETA? Inspection data for the new route. We can't give an accurate estimate. Preliminary calculation, over 40 minutes. Got it. Let's just team around and pick up the pace. Yes, ma'am. Kalina looks anxiously towards the embattled front line not far away. Troops crouch behind makeshift barricades and riot shields as bullets from illegal automatons kick up dust and sparks. Down drones and T-dolls lie scattered, oil mixed with rainwater streaming down from the street. Dark liquid that, in Kalina's eyes, look almost blood red. Where are those reinforcements? She knows there's nothing she can do. All combat teams are scattered across ODE-07, stretched too thin to redeploy. A harsh beam cuts through the rain. Another transport returns after dropping off the last batch of wounded. Kalina straightens up. That's crew, move! Kalina helps a patient to the rear of the vehicle, but instead of an open, empty compartment, 2 strong arms reach out and haul the weak patients inside. Sit further in! Mr. Pavel! Pavel finishes helping the patient, then jumps down from the truck, followed by more than a dozen PNC operatives and Railway Corps soldiers. You lot, help load the wounded first! They're from up here! Chop chop! Hey, the Railway Corps are here and you're still barking orders. Cut the chat and get to work! Alright, alright. Come on, evacuees! They're seriously injured first. You can still walk, lend a hand. They'll just stand there like statues. The PC and Railway Corps troops move efficiently, speeding up the entire evacuation process. Pavel weaves through the crowd, wiping water from his face as he reaches Kalina. Miss Kalina, we talked it over on the way back and decided to come help. We might be trained soldiers, but we can at least support you. He passed the rifle slung on his shoulder with pride. Y'all still recovering. You should be on the battlefield. Ah, but war doesn't care if you got a fever or a toothache. If you can move, you can fight. I'm grateful for your courage. She hesitates. The existence of the collapsed particle contamination tanks is classified, knowing the real danger that ODE-07 poses. Kalina doesn't want to drag civilians into this. But you'll have families. Please, go to the shelters first. I just spoke with Alina. They're safe and being protected. Since I can't leave ODE-07 anyways, and someone's looking after them, I'll protect the others instead. It's the same thing. Oh, this is burning all over. I finally get it after seeing this mess. Running doesn't bring peace. Someone's one put down the bastards for me. Now it's my turn to repay that debt. The news about ODE-07 has spread. Even our tight-fisted boss, hiding out in another side of the city, had to use all the weapons he bought. No charge. Bill Petty, Mario. Don't hold back, Counselor. Just give the order. Understood. Mr. Pavel, all PMC Railway Corps units, please assist us in protecting the transports and ensure the wounded are safely evacuated. Under Kalina's command, the PNC operatives and Railway Corps soldiers charge into the battlefield. On the public comms channel, more and more people volunteer to join the fight and help residents. God damn it, game. Another truckload of patients is filled. Kalina walks up to the driver's seat. These evacuees are bound to shelter number 8. Please make sure they arrive safely. After confirming the destination with the driver, Kalina switches to the comms channel. Shelter number 8. Shelter number 8. This is Kalina, commander of the evacuation forces. A new group of evacuees will arrive in about 30 minutes. Prepare to receive them immediately. Please wait, Counselor Kalina. Is there a problem? The shelter number 8 is full. What? There was just an airport nearby, so many wounded were brought in. The medical staff are giving emergency treatment. We really can't take any more people. Understood. Chapter 6, 7. Can either of you still receive evacuees? We're full as well. Same here. All shelters, evacuation point, and transport supervisors. Send me your current headcount of your assigned areas immediately. In less than 30 seconds, messages come flooding in. All the shelters are full. This is something Kalina has expected. ODE-07, with its small population, has fewer and smaller shelters than most satellite cities. But after the recent elite outbreak, a huge number of wounded have been sent here for treatment. The island's population has long exceeded its capacity. It's just that everyone, consciously or not, has been avoiding this truth. No one has the time to think about who truly deserves to hide inside those places that might not even offer any real protection. On the comms, all units keep urging Kalina to make a decision and give the order. Amid the noise, Kalina tears off her hairset. In that case, the only choice is to... She looks at the Odessa Bay Bridge on the map. It should have been the route for survival of everyone, but now a line of isolation barriers stand across it, blocking all passage. Forcing the way through would take considerable effort, and stray bullets could hit us. But if we stay here, exposed on the streets, people will die anyway. Remember you. You'd make the same call, wouldn't you? Commander? Kalina seals herself and puts her headset back on. All units, proceed? A deafening rush of air drowns out her words. A large military helicopter descends, and mounted guns roaring to life, tearing down several illegal automatons circling nearby. That's... The helicopter hovers lower, its downwash scattering in the rain. Throughout the cleared curtain, Kalina finally sees the emblem painted on the fuselage. The Special Security Administration? Ropes drop down. Major Fedya and several SSA officers slide rapidly to the ground. Upon landing, Fedya scans the area, quickly spotting the small, rain-soaked figure. He strides over to Kalina and salutes sharply. Major Fedya of the Odessa Special Security Administration, leading a unit to provide support. I am here to assume command of ODE-07's front line. But before that, Legislator Zimmerman specifically instructed me to confirm your safety first. Miss Kalina, we thank you, and that of the NAMFA, for your service to Odessa Oblast. The situation is urgent, and to prevent comms interception, we didn't send advance notice of the reinforcements arrival. My apologies. We can leave the passages for later. Major Fedya, ODE-07 underground shelters are completely full, while the remaining civilians and wounded urgently need safe evacuation. I believe we have no other choice but to cross the Odessa Bay Bridge to evacuate. As Senior Counselor of NAMFA, I am further requesting the Odessa Oblast government to open the bridge immediately. Kalina's tone is firm, raindrops cling stubbornly to her lashes. Understood. That's exactly the message Legislative Servant asked me to deliver. Counselor Kalina, the Oblast government requests the continued assistance of NAMFA to help all non-combatants of OD-07 safely across the Odessa Bay Bridge and evacuate the other regions. The White Stone City of Odessa is ready to receive them. Wonderful. You have NAMFA's full cooperation. Good. The SSA combat units will arrive in waves to ensure all evacuees leave ODE-07 safely until the situation stabilizes. Command of the evacuation forces remain in your hands. Continue directing the operation as you see fit. Also, Fedya lowers his voice. The technical team dispatched by the Oblivion government has safely reached the Celine power plant. Some combat automatons have already arrived, but follow-up reinforcements en route. That's great news. Karina smiles faintly. She immediately grabs her terminal and transmits the good news that the bridge to the mainland is open. Moments later, her voice spreads across the sky through helicopters and the few surviving broadcast tower in the city. Attention all OVE-07 residents. The route to the mainland is now open. Follow instructions and evacuate in an orderly manner. Within 5 hours, everyone will be able to cross the Odessa Bay Bridge. Odessa and other side cities will provide you with shelter. I repeat. Meanwhile, in the rear command zone, Fedya studies the synchronized enemy map and outlines his initial battle plan. Pavel has been ordered off the front lines to evacuate, runs up beside him, craning his neck to peek at the map. SSA Squad 3 is the shortest route from the west. Major, wait a second. What is it? Don't send everyone west. Dispatch a few agile small droids through this narrow street in southwest. Right here. Fedya eyes Pavel skeptically, but gestures for him to continue. I spotted when I was driving the transport earlier. The illegal automatons in this area are big and slow to turn. They don't watch their backs. That squad can circle around them from their rear flank and blow up their treads. You fought large automatons before? Not large ones, but I have taken out a few armored vehicles. But you know, the quickest way to stop a heavy vehicle is to wreck the wheels. Same logic. It's not a standard tactic you'll find in textbooks, sure, but you'll only lose a few small units if you fail. The battle will end faster if you succeed. I see. You're back to your transport. You have 3 hours to evacuate. Right, I'm going. Guys, Frontline, go! Pavel jogs 5 or 6 meters away, then stops again. He scratches his head with a sooty hand and calls out to Fedya's back. Major, I was wrong about you. You may not have fought the front lines. You've been leading the SSA and protecting my family all this time. Thank you! Please come back safe. I'll buy you dinner after this. Fedya doesn't turn around, and Pavel doesn't dwell on it. He draws into a run after the retreating convoy. SSA Squad 3 dispatch 5 light high firepower droids through the southwest flank. Target the droids of the large illegal automatons. All other combat units hold position on the western street. Fedya lifts his gaze towards the faint orange glow flickering across the bay through the rain. The light of battle. But he knows that beyond the smoke, countless household lights are waiting for those still fighting to come home. Then over the comms, he adds, "We will complete the mission and return safely." 2 hours later, Kalina, now stationed at the Odessa Bay Bridge, watches transport after transport cross to safety, but she still can't fully relax. The isolation barriers on the bridge have been lowered. To protect evacuees, the turrets on Odessa's fixed quarantine wall have limited their firing arcs, but that also leaves the Odessa Bay Bridge and its approaches from ODZ-07 exposed as an entry point for illegal automatons. From his position in the town, Fedya has sent extra troops to hold the ramp and repel the oncoming mechanical forces. But across Odessa, including ODZ-07, battles rage everywhere. Manpower is scarce, and the situation remains dire. Escort Team 2. Send 3 personnel and 5 small droids to escort those 2 transport across the bridge. Everyone else, hold position and wait for the next convoy. Intercept any illegal automatons breaching the front lines. Do not let them reach the on-ramp leading to the bridge. William. Kalina checks her communicator. 1 hour remains until the scheduled completion of the evacuation. I wonder how to turn the power plant. William! William!
ブロック進捗 28%。 冷却システムの制御権は奪回済み。現在
Current still progress at 28%. Cooling system control has been regained. Running at maximum output. We can hold a bit longer.
発電系統の制御権を
The fully reclaimed control. Still progress must exceed 85%. Current progress is slow.
現在の進捗では
What's the status on the isolation gate security decryption in the collapsed particle storage area?
進んでいる。処理中だ。権限の
Is underway.
全体の進捗
2 isolation locks remaining. Overall progress at 57%.
各電線ユニットへ。残りの
All electronic warfare units. The remaining critical nodes are being computed. Seeking
現在の濃度
updates soon. Prioritize the current node. The technician's voices echo across level 2. Looks like the reinforcements really did speed up the cracking process. Rebella? Could have redundant data. Rebella? Rebella, who was supposed to be waiting nearby for instructions, is nowhere to be seen. At the same time, the sound of combat erupts ahead. I know you're in a hurry, but it's exactly when you need to stay calm. Levi sighs helplessly, then also rushes into the fray.
セキュリティノードの解除が完了しました。
Current security node decrypted. Have we located the next one?
演算プロセスに異常が出現して
The computer process is acting up. Another squad has already gone to handle it. We'll sync our progress with you soon. Just a moment longer.
早くしてください。
Make it quick.
リバ、セキュリティ
Leave all personnel for the current security system decryption teams in process.
どれどれ。
Let me check. As of now, about 65% of the reinforcements originally assigned to the power plant have arrived.
部がティラードのバックドアをブロックし
But some of them had to divert to block the back doors Gerard left behind and regain system control.
ここだけなら
We need a little over an hour before our pipeline reaches full capacity.
遅すぎます。
That's too slow.
この増援部隊はもう向かい
Didn't the SSA say the reinforcements had already departed?
環境を安定させるためにセカンダリレベルがローカ
To
ル
keep the environment stable, Level 2 has switched to local
電子戦部隊と
network access.
の範囲内でないと
The electronic warfare units need to get within a specific range to participate in operations. The fighting outside is intense, and traffic is heavily restricted, so naturally they're delayed.
オデッサの政府が見てみる
Odessa has been turning a blind eye to their problems for years. That kind of lives management let Gerard hide far too many private troops.
カリーナさんの方も大変
But Keeleen is under enormous pressure too. Rilla taps into the frontline comms from the cross-sea bridge through level 2. Through the crackling interference, Kalina's voice comes through, faint but resolute. Closer to the mic are deafening bursts of gunfire. Bearing south 35 degrees west, distant 189 meters. Block those 3 illegal droids. Castle, look out! An explosion drowns out the rest of the transmission. I'm fine. Destroy those droids quickly. The next transport is almost here. Leave a custom channel and Science returns to level 2.
どうして通信を
What are you doing?
あっちのことを心配しても無駄
Worrying won't help her.
技術者が次に処理する
The technicians have already sent over the next code.
急ぎましょう
Next node. Let's pick up the pace.
はい
Right.
わか
Got
り
it.
ました
Rebella takes out the final system defense unit with a clean shot. As the defense unit disintegrates, decryption on the current node is completed.
やるじゃない
Nice work.
次のノード1は
What's the next node, Leva?
技術者の連絡待ちね
Waiting for technicians to confirm.
どんどん増援が到着
Reinforcements are arriving. Speed up the process, and since you have increased computational output, Our decryption rate is up by 20%. Wait, Rebella, where are you going?
待って、どこ行くのロベラ。もう待ってません。
I can't wait any longer. Rebella swiftly scans the map, locks into the uncracked node, and leaps to it. Eva follows, the two engaging a new set of defense units.
システム防御ユニットすべて排除。
All system defense units neutralized. Current node decrypted. Authorizations lock release. Requesting reinforcements to proceed with the follow-up procedures. Requesting next node coordinates.
了解。
Right. 1 second, let me see the next one is. Hey, you, come help me out.
ちょっと手伝って。
With the original sequence of operations thrown into disarray, the technicians' voices grew frantic. Rebella becomes even more agitated.
早くしないと。
To move faster.
残り5つの
We have 5 nodes left. Once we decrypt them, the final lock will open. The isolation gate will disengage, and then Rebella starts forward, but is yanked back by Liba.
どこへ行くの？まだ
Where do you think you're going?
確定してないわ。
The next node hasn't even been confirmed yet.
待ってられません。
We don't have time to wait around.
ドアが開くんです。
There's only 5 left.
この際関係
The sequence barely matters anymore. The gate opens once we're done. Rebella tries to pull free, but Liba tightens her grip.
連絡を待って。
Wait for the technicians. Ring off on your own will just ruin their plan. Don't bungle it up with your impatience.
焦るなって。
How can I not be impatient? You know how bad things are on Colleen's level. We can't delay any longer. We have to help her.
冷却システムはずっと
Eva, I just ran the calculation. The cooling system is running at maximum output, and the overload window for the engines have been extended. If we can finish decrypting the last lock even 30 minutes early, we can hand the rest to the reinforcements.
そうすればオデッサ湾大橋へ行けます。
Then we can make our way to the Odessa Bay Bridge.
落ち着いて。ここのセキュリティ
Calm
システム
down.
分かってないわね。
You don't fully understand this security system.
重大な
Even the smallest interference could trigger catastrophic results.
私のメンタルが回復
My neurocloud was damaged back in Gerard's server room.
的な機能は
I've mostly recovered,
まだまだ
but it still isn't perfectly stable.
それに
And besides,
私を含めたロック解
all of us
放
working on the locks are
演算力を
at our computational limits.
何か
If anything goes wrong, we won't be able to fix it in time.
すでに4つのロック
We've already cracked 4 locks. That's 20 nodes in total.
システムの設計構造はよく
I have a pretty good grasp on the structure now. The 5th one won't be a problem.
ありません。それに
And I wasn't wrong before, was I? We succeeded with the last node and lifted the 4th lock.
解除してきたじゃありません。一回成功したから
It worked out well once, but that doesn't mean every attempt will succeed. You can't hedge everything on one lucky guess.
人形でしょ。もっと
Rebella,
論理的に考え
you're
ら
a
れる
doll. Do I need to spell this out for you?
でもずっとここで待っているわけにはいきません。
We can't just stand here and wait for the bridge to fall, for Colleen and all the civilians to be
何かあったら
次のノードは8分20秒後に
Netzel sinking in 8 minutes, 20 seconds. The technician's report cuts into their argument. Rebella keeps staring at Liva, her eyes burning with defiance.
聞いたでしょ。リバ
You heard that, Liva. 8 whole minutes.
最後の権限ロックです。
There's only 1 lock left.
これを解除すれば
Once it's gone, we can go help Colleen.
ダメよ。
No,
特定まで
this delay is far longer than the previous ones, so something's off.
解除に失
If the decryption fails, the collapse particles will spread unchecked, and Colleen, its soldiers, the refugees, and all other innocent people in Odessa will die.
カリンがあなたの暴走を
Colleen will never want you to act so recklessly. Protecting Odessa, protecting the world that's finally crawled out of war.
彼女の
That's what she's fighting for.
カリーナさんはいつか
But she also hopes that someday she won't have to give us orders anymore. She hopes that we can just chat and go shopping together.
そんな日が来た時
I don't want that day to come, only for her to be gone.
私たちが今こうして解除に
Liva,
至っている時
the
間
time we're spending on decrypting this system is bought with people's lives.
なんて言えば
I don't know how to say this.
人形にとって
Maybe the doll's peace is just a definition, some statistic.
でも戦
But to those living through war, peace is the hope to survive. The wish that their families and friends stay safe.
という願いなのです。この勝手かもしれない願い
It's because of those so-called selfish wishes that humans can respond to one another, gather together, form armies, and fight. That's what war really means for them. to weigh those lies rationally, coldly. I can't do that. If this containment tank explodes and the glass particles spread, everything's lost. But right now, they are everything. You're Raven too, aren't you, Leva? Otherwise, why can't you even listen to the Frontline channel? If true peace ever comes, but the Commander Colleen and the 4-4 are already dead, would that peace still mean anything to you? Leva falters. The missing data in her neural cloud feels like a void, heavy and suffocating. The sound stations she's been trying to block out in her comms channel, and Colleen's voice among them, are clashing with her sense of logic, which she is so proud of. The cold logic embedded deep in Leva's neural cloud compels her to refuse, but her vocal unit fails her. She can't bring herself to speak. Just then, a bright, cheerful voice cuts through the tension. Rebella and Leva, I'm finally here. I couldn't reach you for ages. I passed in as soon as I got into local range. Sapo? You're already in OD-07? Yeah. The UAV was super fast. I even shot down a few flyers on the way. I'm not good at electronic warfare though. Colleen told me to help the security forces with Lena in the front. Give me 10 minutes or so and I can be at the power plant. Wait, Sapo. What's wrong? I'll tell Colleen directly. Join the battle at the bridge on ramp. If she tells you to come here instead, tell her Leva, Lena, Rebella, and the reinforcements sent by Obla's government can handle it. Your excess combat strength here. Oh, got it. The ramp's closer anyway. Sapo, before we get there, please keep Colleen and the evacuees safe. That goes without saying. I'll be waiting for you at the bridge. Sapo cuts the link to level 2. Leva turns to Rebella. Sapo's voice has helped her regain her usual composure. You're right, Rebella. I'm worried about Colleen too, and it's shaking me. But I still believe that dolls exist, in part, to make up for human flaws. I can't let my fear for Colleen put the power plant at even greater risk. I do, yes. You were modified by Persica. You're her 13 doll prototype. Maybe you're different for us. We might never reach the same conclusion through different logic circuits. But I know this. None of us wants to see more death. The war has devoured so many lives. The war that has devoured so many lives still burns clearly in our memories. Now, Colleen and the evacuees have Sapo protecting them. She's better suited to handle that front than we are. So I'm asking you to adjust your logic circuit for now. Work with me. Follow orders. Keep helping technicians unlock the final seal. Once the gate is open, or once we fully regain control of the power plant, we'll go together and help Colleen. Alright? The technicians relayed the data for the next node to be breached. Leva enlarges the projection before them. That's a quick 8 minutes, right? According to the coordinates, the node lies just a short distance ahead. Data continues to flow steadily within level 2. Rebella slowly nods. Alright. Alright. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna order food. We're getting close to the end. Yeah, it's taking a while.
静かにして行動開始時間に注意
Hello, Kaishi. Almost done. Just need to hit the confirm button. Ooh, hold on. That won't do. I need to make a little bit. Oh, you know what? I have a different idea. But since I have a different idea, I'm gonna continue. Yeah, the Detroit Become Human is actually pretty old, yeah. 100%. It's also very easy to find a playthrough. Or even a let's play for that matter, because it's that old on YouTube.
あなたの罪を数えなさい。ハンデを当てる。ハンデを当てる。白カラーの声だよ。
Is that a reference to RPK?
404を敵に回したのが運の尽きよ。
Was it different than unseasoned chicken? No. Cooking or gain your honor? I don't need honor in cooking. Fuck. Sorry, my pride is not so fragile. Besides, it's not like you guys had to taste my chicken anyways. How is that so expensive? Jesus fuck. Never mind. That's a bad idea. Like, you're crazy if you think that's a good price. I'll go with the original plan. This should be enough. Actually, no, it's not. Or is it? It might be? Guess enough. Oh yeah, it's perfect. Yeah, it was literally just enough. Cool. Alright. You left the song. Chicken sushi. The battle rages on. With Sapo's support, the threat posed by mechanical units had broken through the defenses near the on-ramp is now significantly reduced. Operation Zeister, a campaign instigated to suppress an insurgency caused by the Gerard Group, finally approaches its end. At this moment, several troop carriers, escorted by a military jeep, reach the sea bridge. A member of the refugee escort unit rushes to Kalina at the mid-bridge supply point. Counselor, aside from the missing personnel, the final group of evacuees have safely arrived at the on-ramp. Good work. Quickly count heads and assign escorts. Provide supplies for the critically wounded, and make sure this group of refugees crosses the Odessa Bay Bridge safely. Yes, ma'am. Ha! Kalina exhales slightly in the relief and looks up towards Sapo standing not far away. Sapo has planted herself in the middle of the road, constantly on guard against any mechanical unit that might break through the blockade. Around 50 meters ahead of her lie the wreckages of over a dozen destroyed illegal automatons. They seem to have slammed into an invisible wall and can no longer advance at a single inch towards the Odessa Bay Bridge. Sapo, watch our aerial units. Hang in there just a little longer. By the way, I kind of wish that for this scene in particular, Kalina actually had like a BDU uniform, something protective, not just her suit. It would make more sense. Like, at least put on a Kevlar. No probs. These droids are barely enough for warming up, so don't worry. We're gross to do the thing Bunny Girl's doing in BD2. Sure. Like, sure. The troop carriers roll past Sapo and halt at the temporary supply point for a quick resupply. Oh, Kingsman. It's a John Wick suit. The accompanying military G stop beside Kalina. Major Fedya steps out. His usually steady gait. Gait? Okay, yeah. Usually steady gait replaced with a bit of a limp. His left arm and leg are clearly injured. The bandages wrapped around them are soaked with blood and dirt. Similar traces of battle also mark his once fair face. Refusing the help of his subordinates, he walks up to Kalina and salutes solemnly. Counselor Kalina, I'm fucked up. Major Fedya, I'm relieved to see you return safely. Thank you, ma'am. I received word that the electronic warfare units have successfully entered the area containing the new energy generators. The generators have been shut down. Soon the technicians will regain full system control of the power plant. The crisis of the Selenium power plant is effectively contained. That's wonderful news. Thank you and your subordinates for your support of the Odessa Obelisk during the operation. You're too kind. A class particle leak is something none of us wishes to see. Counselor Kalina, you probably heard through the comms earlier. The battle at ODE 07 isn't over yet. The situation is finally stabilizing. Reinforcements from Odessa have all arrived and joined several urban combat zones. The original forces are being rotated to the rear for the rest. Please come with us back to Odessa. A new combat command will take over the sector. My duty is to ensure every evacuee reaches safety. OD-07 still has missing personnel. Until their whereabouts are confirmed, my unit's mission is not complete. Besides, the handover will take time, and I know the situation in this area better. Until the handover is complete, I'll remain here with part of the forces to continue searching for the missing and intercept any illegal automatons that slip through the front. But seeing that Fedya is about to argue, Kalina smiles faintly. Don't worry, Major. My subordinates can protect me. Besides, Leva and the others must already be on their way. I want to wait for them. For those who have heard... Yeah, you really focus on Kalina for this one, but he has gone Scourge Earth before, yes. But not for Kalina. Kalina's communicator rings. I just picked up their signal. Based on their transmitted coordinates, they'll be here very soon. It looks like the last transport convoy's resupply is almost complete. Major, you better leave with them. Your wounds should be seen too soon. Your wounds should be seen too soon. Oh, your wounds should be seen too soon. Okay, okay. Alright. It was just a weird way to word that. Kalina glances at the blood seeping slowly through the bandages. They put all their bunch of cosplayers. I understand. Counselor Kalina, allow me to thank you again for Nampa's and your support during this period. I'm sorry for before. Kalina shakes her head kindly, cutting him off. Everything we've done is for Odessa's peace. You, Major, and us alike. Understood. Please, take care. And thus, my redemption arc is complete. I will now be written out of the story. 10 minutes later, Dana watches the convoy's position on the map and gradually relaxes. The vehicles are nearing the middle of the bridge. Reports from the frontline communication channels also bring good news. The missing personnel are being located one by one. That's wonderful. Oh no! Suddenly, a shout and burst of static erupt from the comms, followed by multiple deafening explosions across several channels. Before Kalina's eyes, the military helicopter hovering about a kilometer from the on-ramp burst into flames. What's happening? The fire devours the aircraft in seconds. The bright fireball, trailed in black smoke, crashes to the ground like a low-falling meteor of destruction. At the same time, thick black smoke rises from multiple explosions across ODE-07. The frontline comms channels descend instantly into chaos. This is Combat Team 3. We're under attack. Legal automatons are grouping up. Seeing here, and there's something else. Some kind of special unit. Ah! With a screech of static and screams, multiple explosions rock OD-07 again. The newly arrived forces are caught completely off guard. Gunfire, once sporadic, now reignites from all directions. The battle that had seemed to calm suddenly flares up in renewed fury. Ahead of Kalina, not far from the on-ramp, pillars of fire reveal the silhouettes of more illegal automatons. Kalina, things are going south! Fall back! Reacting instantly, Sapo fires repeated rapidly, taking down 2 illegal automatons that had slipped through the line. All evacuation units, prepare for combat! Communications officer, tell the bridge convoy to accelerate! Sapo, check the on-ramp and find out what's going on. Got it, Kalina. Stay safe. Find cover and don't come out, no matter what. Without looking back, Sapo dashes towards the on-ramp. The previously realized evacuation forces regroup quickly under Kalina's orders and fortify their positions. Sapo, sit rat. There's a ton of legal droids pouring out of nowhere. All heading for the bridge. I don't even know where they came from. And there's a super strong one mixed in. Way tougher than anything we fought before. Hang on. This one. The transmission cuts off. Sapo's voice vanishes. The channel falls silent. Councilor Kalina, please board a vehicle and head to Odessa immediately. We'll handle it from here. Kalina doesn't answer. Her gaze locked onto the gunfire flashing in the distant darkness. Counselor, there's no time! You're not a combat specialist. Staying here is far too dangerous. Kalina! The comms reconnect. Sapo's voice returns. Kalina, sorry, the signal cut off. Oh, that's not the point. I think the super strong one is commanding the illegal automatons. The connection is way sharper with her lead. The relief forces haven't arrived yet, and we're barely holding out. And this doll, it looks like Groza. What'd you say? Groza? But Groza's aboard the Elmo. I don't get it either, but I'm a few hundred meters from the firefight. But by the firelight, I swear, she looks identical to Groza. Well, not completely identical, but definitely stronger. I don't know what she's loaded with, but she's tore through one of the SAA heavy mechs like it's nothing. What did you say? A heavy mech? Sapo's words leave Kalina stunned. About a year ago, on a visit to the Odessa Oblast for another assignment, she first made contact with the former chief. During that time, under the escort of Oblast government officials, she toured the soon-to-be deployed automatons of Odessa, including the heavy combat mechs now assigned to the Special Security Administration. Has it really to throw Metal Gear, right? Even after years spent working alongside intricately built T-dolls, she deeply admired Odessa's engineering standards. Kalina cannot imagine what kind of a combat unit could destroy those formidable mechs so effortlessly. But the infernos ahead and the voices crackling through the comms tell her that Sapo isn't exaggerating. Panic, despair, and primal fear wash over her. She takes 2 deep breaths. The salty tang of sea air and the acrid scent of smoke mingle, grounding her once more in cold clarity. Then she makes her decision. Sapo, stay where you are and assist on the front line. Buy as much time as you can. Leave it to me. I'll do that even if you didn't ask. I don't care if she just goes there, whatever. It's a new toy! I haven't taken it apart. It's a new toy I haven't taken it apart yet. It's perfect! Clea checks the position of the evacuation convoy on the map once more. She picks up her communicator. Major Fedya, this is Clea, OD-07. The situation has changed, I'm aware. I'm already driving back. Please head across the Odessa Bay Bridge immediately and leave OD-07. I'll take over command of the evacuation escort. We will buy you and the convoy at the time you need. No, Major. Please, turn around at once and head for Odessa. That's out of the question. Protecting the people of Odessa and Odessa Oblast is the work of the SSA. My subordinates and I won't desert our post. No, I'm not asking you to flee. A highly valuable tactical doll has appeared upon the enemy. The battle is deadlocked. Our defensive line will not be able to intercept every hostile unit. The fact that this unit appears at this exact moment makes their goal quite obvious. The battle is tilted in our favor, so they want to unleash one last wave of chaos. Their target is the evacuation convoy. You and your subordinates must stay with the transports and protect the evacuees on board. In addition to that, there's one more matter. Please contact Mr. Zimmerman immediately. I need you, an SSA Major, and an Oblast Parliament member to report something directly to Odessa Oblast government. Given the consequences that they trigger, I cannot handle it with my authority alone. But as a senior counselor of the Namfa, I must remain here. I don't quite understand what you mean. Lena moves behind cover, looks towards that far end of Odessa Bay Bridge, and speaks softly. That's too risky. We'll miss that venue. I know, but Major, surely you must also understand that this is the method most likely to ensure the success of our mission. Please convey my intent to Mr. Zimmerman. Tell him to fulfill my request by any means available. Everything is for the peace of Odessa Oblast, and for everyone's safety. A moment later, Fedya's voice returns. Miss Lena, once again, thank you. And thank the Namfa for everything you've done for the Odessa Oblast. I will do everything I can. Thank you. Please stay safe on the way. The transmission ends. Lena checks the coordinates previously sent by Leva and the others. Then she steps out of cover and picks up a nearby loudspeaker. All evacuation escorts units, hold the bridge entrance. No one retreats without orders. Hi! The rain continues to pour. Explosions thunder along the front lines. What, tonight we dine in hell? But Commander does that every day. In just 3 minutes, the illegal forces led by Groza compresses the distance between the front line and the rear dramatically. Rear line, fall back 100 meters. Build cover faster. Support the front lines. Fortify the line. Lena issues commands methodically, checking the convoy's location on her terminal from time to time. On the map, interface are 2 markers, one showing the firefight near the on-ramp, one showing the convoy. The distance between the 2 points continue to widen. Just a little faster. Suddenly, an alarm sounds from the Frontline channel. Damn, she broke through! Rear line, heads up! A high-authority doll is leading 3 automatons towards you at high speed! Copy. Sapo, pull back and mount a defense immediately. Rear line, prepare for combat! On my way! A few short minutes later, Colleen spots a fast-moving black silhouette. Great company of aerial automatons fire non-stop towards the rear line. Sapo dodges wildly while returning fire. Breaking through Odessa's Bay Bridge to front offense in approximately 10 minutes. I'm catching up to you! I'll see my hands on you. I'm gonna take those legs apart piece by piece! By piece! Leaving not a single screw! Sapo's exhilarated voice comes through. Rina and her rear defenders brace themselves. All evac units, intercept the high-authority doll at all cost! At least Sapo's having fun. And with that, the doll enters firing range. The defenders engage her in combat. Under the shadowy doll's overwhelming pressure, the rear line is forced back again and again. More illegal automatons break through the front line barriers. Although they are intercepted, eventually the defenders pay duty for it. Cleanup grabs the wounded, fading soldier back behind cover. Counselor, Melina! Don't worry about me, I'm fine. But as soon as she gets him behind cover, she realizes he's already gone. Fuck! Sapo crashes hard against the ground. Against the cover in front of Kalina. She has suffered multiple gunshots and massive frame damage, with mechanical fluids pouring out of her wounds. Not bad. Keep it coming. Sapo glares at the approaching doll. She uses cover as leverage and forces herself upright. With a flash of spark, Sapo's leg joint collapses. She slams to the ground again. The last defender on the rear line falls. However, the frontline battle hasn't ceased. Illegal armed units are still pressing to break through. Damn it. Keep it coming. Sapo keeps firing, but her armor is hit and her weapon falls away. The shadowy doll steps out from the darkness. Stop struggling. I'm perfectly fine. Don't you worry. As Sapo continues to goad the enemy, she taps rhythmically on the cover of her finger to send Kalina a coded message. I'll stall her. Run! Kalina understands her intent, but shakes her head. I want to abandon you. And could she back up from Neurocloud? No. That's out of the question. None of the AR team, except for RO, or Rebella, if you want to call her that, can back up the Neuroclouds. Lena picks up her rifle, sets out from behind cover, and stands firmly before Sapo. That was back then. That's still the case now. Still the case now. We checked with RO's Affinity Story. It's still a thing. The doll before her has Grosso's face, but her eyes are utterly empty. The black-clad doll does not answer. She reaches her weapon. The bullet grazes the bun tied behind Kalina's head. The sound of death does not make her flinch. Her hair spills loose, whipping the wind and rain, just like back in Griffin. Yet we don't see it, but let's move on. You are not Groza. This time the bullet grazes Kalina's arm. Blood spills down, sucking her old wounds. Move. Who are you? The black-clad doll gives no reply. Seeing Kalina's face seems to make her hesitate slightly. Her pace slows, but she still advances with cold, oppressive intent. The doll darts aside slightly. Bullets tear into the ground as she stepped over. My shooting has improved a lot over these years. I can even give the commander a run for his money. Kalina fires continuously, blocking the doll's advance. As the magazine empties, she tries to reload while the doll puts behind cover, but the doll suddenly accelerates, closing distance in a blink of an eye, and kicking her rifle away. Kalina falls to the ground. You're just the results from target practice. The black-clad doll pays her no more attention and moves past the cover. Kalina crawls towards the fallen rifle. I won't let you catch it to the convoy, unless... Let's become one of us! When it drops from above, the black-clad doll blocks the attack instinctively. Lina's boot slams heavily against her arm. Having failed to take out the enemy in one strike, Lina flits back, landing steadily a few meters away. Leva and Rebella jump out of the UAV at the same time. Sorry, Colleen. You're not late, you're right on time. The black-clad doll rushes Lina immediately. Picking on Kalina Sapo? I don't care if you're an old friend, that's a no-no. Leva, get Kalina to safety first. This one's mine. Okay, give me 5 minutes. Leva picks Kalina up and sprints away. We'll handle it from here, Kalina. Put me behind a nearby cover. That Groza is incredibly strong. Hurry and go support Lina and Rebella. Sapo? On the other side, Rebella anxiously scans her surroundings, spotting Sapo collapse beside a piece of cover, and runs over. Sapo can just about peel her limp hand off the ground and flash a V-side. I'm fine. Totally okay. Seeing the severely damaged Sapo and the badly injured Kalina, Rebella bites her lip and tightens her grip on her gun. I don't care where you're Grizz or whatever. You're not getting out of here today. Meanwhile, following Kalina's orders, Eva hides her behind a piece of nearby cover. You're hurt. Stay hidden here. Don't run around anymore. Eva, I'm fine. Now listen. Leave the legal automatons to the other combat personnel. You prioritize that doll. Okay. Cover yourself. Leva returns to the battlefield. Lina returns to her terminal. On the screen is the structure diagram of the Odessa Bay Bridge that Major Fedia has sent her. Lina performs a quick set of operations, placing the bridge diagram beside the map interface, then synchronizing the real-time combat positions of the dolls onto the structural diagram. Those same positions are synced to Vedya's terminal. The message, "not yet at safe distance," appears on the screen. We're never getting a Dark Rosa skin? We're not. I can imagine Glowpers got confused with this reveal. Oh, we were. So yeah. Leva, why is this thing so strong? Who knows? But at least we can be certain that this is not the kind of combat power that the real Groza could have. Oh, the shade. Supple's assault plus the three of us hacking together, and all we've done is disable some of her long-range modules. At least that keeps Colleen safer. Ever since it got engaged with Groza, Kalina has been methodically directing the dolls, constantly adjusting their positions, all while relocating herself to the immobilized Sapo's side. Under her orders, the three dolls gradually form an encirclement around the Groza. After that, Kalina gives no further tactical commands, only order them to hold the line and pin Groza down. Leva roughly estimates their size, the size of their combat area, and is starting to have an inkling about what Kalina is planning. She glances towards Kalina, who is hiding behind a piece of cover further back. Is Kalina okay? Did she pass out? You don't hurry up and finish loading that magazine, that Miss Groza in black is gonna blow me to pieces, you know? Ah, sorry, my bad! Linda pops back out from cover and resumes suppressive fire on the black-clad doll. Leva uses the chance to shift positions with Lina, taking a spot closer to Kalina. The doll's attack is fierce, but the enemy does not falter, exploiting every chance to break their formation. To dodge the black-clad doll's fire, Rebella rolls behind cover. Just as she's about to retaliate, she sees a small grenade tossed towards her. Crap! Jump back down! Everyone pulls out of the blast radius just in time. Are you okay? I'm fine. Attention, all units! At last, Kalina's voice returns to the comm channel. In 1 minute. Reach the edge of the bridge closest to you. Oh, the edge? Looks like we can finally settle this. Settle? Yep. Kalina, Sapo. I'll come get you in a moment. So hold tight, okay? There's no key I can use there. Eva, lock down the enemy unit. Don't let her escape with the encirclement. We only get one chance. We must not fail. What's going on? Lynn doesn't even get to finish her question before a massive noise erupts in the sky behind them. Q. No, Rebella, cover me. Don't let her get away. The dolls spring instantly into action. Leva rushes to Kalina and Sapo's position and lifts both of them in her arms. Realizing something is wrong, the black cat doll immediately turns and sprints towards the gap in the encirclement. Let me think about it! Will strike her before she can defend. Her lower leg is damaged and she falls. Everyone jump! Leva's voice disappears beneath the roar of the falling shells. The dolls leap off the edge of the bridge. Defense mode activated. Maximum output! A few seconds later, dense bombardment rains down on the Odessa Braid Bridge. Explosions and shockwaves swallow everything. The bridge collapses. The bridge cables shake violently. Under the bombardment and the storm, one outer cable and one inner cable on the pylon snap. The cross ties are damaged. The deck rots hard. Fortunately, the bridge does not collapse. Only cracks form along the edge, scattering debris into the sea. A little over 10 minutes later, the thick smoke is thinned by rain and waves. Uneven footsteps echo through the mist. The light of the force field flickers and fades. Rose's silhouette emerges from the haze. The black-clad doll staggers towards the edge of the bridge and looks down at the churning water. The comms device at her ear crackles. She adjusts its angle, trying to hear more clearly. Automaton lost his EC 78%. Widespread structural damage has occurred across the Odessa Oblast. Combat objective completed. On the other end, a voice seems to have asked a question. No. Non-pro combat units lost. The voice asks another question. Current frame damage at approximately 40%. Long-range module offline. Command signal transmitter at risk of shorting. Query. Should pursuit continue? A command comes through the comms device. Grissa complies. The storm continues. The black-clad doll vanishes in the mist. So regarding that question, god damn it. Regarding that question, the real question is Groza Alter stronger than Igla, or Needle, whatever you want to call her? If she is, then yes, she is stronger than AK-15. By a good margin, I would say. And as we know, it is not impossible to eclipse AK-15. Well, some of you know, if you guys actually watched the ending to Ghost Frontline 1. The actual one. Hold on, let me make sure that the food is here. Give me a second, I gotta go grab that. It's in here for 15 minutes. The Odessa Bay Bridge defense operation is a success. The unrest caused by the drag group has been fully contained, and Operation Zeister is effectively complete. The Oblast government will deploy rescue forces throughout the region to assist with resident evacuation and urban reconstruction. Residents in emergency situations should immediately contact the rescue channels listed as follows. With the battle over, Rebella escorts Sapo to 16 Lab for emergency repair. Kalina, who fell into the water, suffers no major injuries thanks to the doll's protection. After a basic check and some bandaging, Leva and Lena escort her back to the hotel. Kalina washes the blood from her hair and face, then steps out of the bathroom. Leva switches off the TV. You really didn't have to escort me back. You should have gone with Sapo and Rebella for maintenance. Before the handover's team led by Director arrives in Odessa, you need someone to be by your side. Alright, come here. Leva stands in front of the dressing table and waves Kalina over. I can do this myself. Our great hero who blew out the bridge, protected the evacuation convoy, and turned the tide of ODE-07. You seen Counselor Kalina looks down on my services now? As Leva's teasing, Kalina shakes her head with a weary smile and sits down. Leva picks up a hairbrush and glides its bristles softly across Kalina's long hair. Are you angry? How would I dare? Ask Lena if you don't believe me. The angriest one was definitely Rebella. The memory of how a dripping wet Rebella pounced at us the moment we got to shore still makes me chuckle. You all trying to die? Lena does an exaggerated impression of Rebella's roar. I'm surprised you found it funny, Leva. Rilla grabbed you by the collar and yanked you right up. If I hadn't stopped her, she definitely would have thrown you straight back into the sea. She totally flipped the fuck out. Lena shivers at the memory. But honestly, Rebella took the words right out of my mouth. Leva, Kalina, next time you plan to do something that drastic, at least give us a heads up. In fact, you two are not allowed to be part of any plans that involve gambling with your lives. Kalina, you're a human, and Leva, your neural cloud is... My neural cloud? You're still worried about that damage? I already told you, I'm fine. The only one you need to worry about is Kalina. Lena stiffens again. She glances furtively at Kalina, then abruptly changes the subject. Major Fedia could have been a bit more thoughtful too. Sure, he's injured, but he slipped back to Odessa the moment he handed over command and didn't even bother to come back and help Kalina. Also, Kalina, why did you even stay in ODE-07? You could have handed that task to the local operations commander. If you told us in advance, we could have coordinated with them about positioning. If things had gone as smoothly as you imagined, it would have been easy. Remember why Oblast government sealed the bridge earlier? There are structural weak points on the Odessa Bay Bridge. Shelling could cause the bridge to collapse. To strike Gruzo on the bridge, we had to calculate angles and control the attack range. But even then, there's still a real chance we damage the bridge's load-bearing structure and cause a full collapse. The bridge was built during the Oblast's major development era. It cost a fortune and carries commemorative meaning. If it collapsed, reconstructing it would be hugely expensive for the Oblast government, but not rebuilding it would hinder the Oblast development. And with all the recent unrest, the government would probably be hesitant. You mean, you were worried the Oblast government would refuse to attack? But weren't they scared that, let's call that Grocer for now, weren't they scared that Gruza would lead the illegal automatons straight across? More precisely, I was worried the government would refuse to set the attack point on the bridge. The artillery on the fixed quarantine wall can cover the entire route from Odessa to on the ramp leading to the bridge. The government could simply wait until the Dahl and the illegal forces crossed over, then bomb them. But our defensive line could never hold until the evac convoy cleared the bridge and reached the shelter. Even if we gave everything, all we could do was ensure the convoy had retreated to a relatively safe area to minimize the possibility of them getting caught in the blast. The fixed cannons must strike the enemy while they were on the bridge, and the firing time must be controlled by me. And so our heroic Chancellor Kalina used herself as the leverage to force the Odessa government to cooperate, sticking herself at the OD-07 end on the bridge. Kalina hears the barb of Winter's tone and pats her hand with a bitter smile. It was on me this time. I shouldn't have acted on my own. Oh, really? I think Major Fedya understood perfectly. The Odessa Oblast was on fire everywhere, and OD-07 had it even worse. Every battle zone was overwhelmed, and the two of you, one a senior counselor from the Namfa, holding the defensive line amidst the chaos, the other a major of the SSA, fleeing in a hurry through shell fire with his troops. If the Oblast government had refused your demand, you would have died on that bridge. Then the government would have no way to answer to Namfa. Both the central government and the public would demand accountability. Actually, the culprits behind this insurgency, Rook and the Drog Group, are themselves a native faction and not appointed by the URNC. The Drog Group was even applying for administrative rights over Odessa and surrounding areas. Given that the Odessa government would already have trouble explaining things to the central government, if Nampa also turned against them, at this moment, their situation would have been disastrous. In the long term, the Oblast development would also be impacted. So you understand the logic. Then don't stay mad. I understand, but Colleen, don't forget. The only reason that the evacuees were safe, and the bridge that stayed intact, that we're able to sit here and talk, is all because we were lucky enough. If the Oblast government hadn't cooperated, if we hadn't arrived in time, if our line hadn't held long enough for the convoy to escape the blast radius, if I hadn't pulled you off that bridge in time, if you drowned in the tide, and all these ifs were frighteningly likely. It was emergency. I had to take the gamble. Besides, you know me. I never stand aside. Yes, Colleen and Rebella are the brave, good people, and the only cold-blooded villains is me, right? I abandoned my own sister to be arrested at the light rail station, refused Rebella's request to accelerate operation at the power plant, knew you were risking your life on the bridge, yet you didn't prioritize sending you somewhere safer. Leva, don't say that. Kalina isn't blaming you, and Rebella will definitely come to understand you too. Will she now? I think we two will simply never agree. I'm just a cold, rational doll, and she's a person who feels warmth and sorrow. No need to be stubborn at a time like this, Leva. No one is truly unaffected by the pain and suffering on the battlefield. Sometimes we just have to force ourselves to forget. The fallen deserve to be mourned. But those who knew everything and made conscious choices also carried the consequences and guilt through every day and night afterward. Collective success doesn't mean individual peace. I understand that very well. In the one of Bella's days, we both changed. The old Colleen would never say things like this. Circumstances leave me no choice. Now I must stand on my own 2 feet. I can't be the one who leans on others anymore. And I don't think you've really changed. Before, your first priority was 404. Now you simply place more people on that priority side of your scale. Circumstances leave me no choice. Eva shrugs as she quotes Kalina's own words. Making rational choices according to the facts. I don't dislike that. But one cold and motionless machine on the team is enough. Besides, I have no consequences to bear. Lena finally has enough of Leva's self-mockery. That's not true, Leva. At the Gerard server room, you gave up the most single important thing in to everyone, but you forgot. I forgot? Even though I didn't want to admit it, and at first I was a bit happy thinking I'd finally become the most important person to you. But you are not what you're pretending to be. Lena, we agreed not to bring this up yet. But Rebella already misunderstood Leva, and I don't want even more people to misunderstand her. Even I had to admit the most important person to Leva isn't me, but UMP 40, I still... Lena? Oh dear, could you two stop arguing and bring the person up in question up to speed first? Speaking in riddles is a bad habit. Leva still appears nonchalant, her eyes grow serious. Lena, who is this UMP 40 that you just mentioned? The defiant look on Lena's face instantly shifts to her seriousness, to her nervousness at Leva's question. Jeez. That's enough. Leva, I was going to discuss this only after first gives your neural cloud a full overhaul. Your current state isn't stable enough. I don't want you burdened by any more confusion. I'm sorry for keeping this from you. Alright. Leva gives a non-committal response. She wraps the hair tie around Kalina's hair in another loop. Your hair is done. See? That's a bit further the way you used to look. In the mirror, Kalina's high side ponytail is tied with a lively red bow. Thanks. Through the mirror, Leva studies Kalina again, taking in the fluster and guilt on her face, until those emotions settle and Kalina's gaze clears and becomes sincere again. Leva leans down slightly, her eyes still fixed on Kalina's and the reflection. Colleen, we're still friends. I know your concern for me is genuine. I made the choice. I can bear the consequences. I'll make whoever caused me to lose my memory pay. But I want to know. Next time, don't do this again. Alright. Same goes for you too, Lena. Promise me, okay? Sure. Leva's terrifying when she's mad. 1,000 times scarier than Kukai. Then let's leave it at that for now. Colleen, go get changed before you catch a chill. Lena, let's wait outside. Neva smiles again, pats Kalina lightly on the shoulder, and I don't see anything else. Thank you. After changing into fresh clothes, Kalina comes out and finds Lina and Neva waiting for her. Neva is back to her usual self on the sofa, waving her over cheerfully. She waits as Kalina makes her way over and sits down beside her. Well then, let's talk about that old friend that I somehow forgotten. Haven't forgotten. I really didn't expect to meet her on the battlefield. You mean the dog commanding the legal automatons? She can't be Groza. When we contacted the commander earlier, we confirmed that Groza was aboard the Elmo. Yeah, if the one who attacked us were really Groza, then the commander would be untrustworthy. That's impossible. The commander would never take the opposing side, and he would never harm Colleen. Her target probably wasn't me. It was more likely the evacuation convoy or even Odessa on the other end of the bridge. What I don't understand is, most illegal forces she controlled were blocked by Frontline units and became her last obstacle. With her specs, she could have easily eliminated me before you arrived. But not only did she not attack, she even wanted me to leave on my own. Yeah, on top of sparing you, she also kindly avoided all of Sapo's vital points. When we retrieved Sapo, her frame was in awful condition, but the damage was mostly in the limbs, like the attacker only wanted to disable her temporarily. She could have dealt with you two much more permanently. I doubt the historical legislator Ruik had told her to spare you out of courtesy of Nampha. But even if she seemed to be slightly on our side, I still think she can't be Groza. Of course, I don't doubt the Groza we know, or the commander. I'm only puzzled by her behavior, and I don't think she's a complete stranger. Before you arrived, I mentioned the commander to her on purpose. She reacted. That could be a lead. Let's talk to the commander about it later. Alright. Leva, turn on the TV. Won't they be broadcasting updates about the aftermath of Dorada's resurgency? Let's see what measures the Oblast government is taking. Colleen, aren't you going to rest? I'm okay. The director will arrive in a few hours. I'll rest after the handover. Besides, right now, with the amount of information on Destin News, I can't afford to get my beauty sleep. Okay. Neva turns on the TV. According to the latest reports, all combat personnel of OD-07 has been safely evacuated. They are now dispersed and temporarily placed in several intake sites set up on the outskirts of Odessa and satellite cities. The Odessa Oblast government delegates, led by Zimmerman, are currently heading into the intake sites located in the suburbs of Odessa to offer their condolences to the displaced. The outskirts to Odessa? Seriously? So in the end, they didn't allow them into Odessa itself? They're already making an exception by exposing the outskirts of the Light Zone city to the class radiation contamination. Not only do they have to bear the risk of secondary spread, the radiation cleanup afterwards will also consume a huge amount of funds. Previously, the chaos caused by illegal automatons has already been effectively contained. Under joint efforts of the local security forces, the Puketin Zone Railway Corps, the NAMFA, and individual PMC's order is gradually being restored across all cities in Odessa Oblast. According to investigations, the insurgency is an egregious terrorist attack jointly orchestrated by the Girard Group leadership and Odessa Oblast Parliament member Rubik Girard. As of now, several suspects have been captured. The ringleader, Rubik Girard, is still at large. The PSA calls on residents of the Oblast to provide effective information so he can be arrested as soon as possible. They're pretty efficient this time. Isn't that a good thing? I can't wait to see that old villain get what he deserves. Even though we already submitted the evidence against Rurik and the Girard Group, and those materials had already reached the Oblast court, most likely they've also uncovered something else in the process. But announcing it this hastily to the media is fast. It's unusual. What are they in such a hurry for? Keep watching. Maybe we'll find out soon enough. Since Odessa Oblast MP Rurik Girard is suspected of major crimes, the central government has confirmed that his eligibility to run in the Odessa interim leadership election is hereby revoked. The voting time will be announced shortly. Please stay tuned for further information. The list of candidates is as follows. I see. The Odessa Oblast government is probably rushing to reshuffle the deck. With such a big scandal exposed, they must show their position to the central government as soon as possible. I just wonder if our hard-working legislative Zimmerman stands a chance at all. I'm starting to see some online support for him. If he seizes the timing and successfully appeals to the residents' desire for peace and stability, then as the only conservative-leaning candidate, it's not impossible for him to win. Let's look forward to it. Oh right, I've already sent out the mission request to Kukai's end. But the specific search area still needs confirmation. Kukai accepted it? Of course. Though she did force me to review the commission submission procedure again. Kukai is getting more and more long-winded. You always look like you're thoroughly enjoying yourself whenever Kukai is frustrated. Colleen, once our work is done, you better give us 2 days of leave, okay? Otherwise, 404 is gonna fall apart. Sure, whatever you say. And thanks. A month later. Once again, leaning against the height window, Levi watches the aerial cameras flying across the sky. It's a kind of deja vu. It looks like nothing has happened at all in Odessa, even though it's only been a month. Then Leon pointed to interim chief will be given his first speech today. It's a grand occasion. Rand is still on his way to Lviv. Actually, this time he stopped. He couldn't like. They actually address this in this event. They actually had to stop the handover because of all the shit that's happening right now. Actually, so he's just pausing in the yellow zone, pretty much. Back then, the residents of Odessa also rallied around Rurik like this. Now Mr. Rurik lies inexplicably in his grave, and his followers are cheering for another leader the same way. Can humans also erase their own neural records? Did Rurik really die in a plane crash? Parts of his remains and the wreckage on his private jet have already been found near Odessa's coast. The DNA match is unmistakable. After the PSA investigation, the cause of this incident is tentatively identified as engine failure. So yes, he really did die in a plane crash. You doubt the cause of the crash? Yeah, but for most people, Rurik Girard, the brute who murdered the former chief and triggered a full-scale upheaval, got what he deserved and died a pitiful death. The patriotic Girard group that manufactured and harbored a large number of legal armed units also has its assets fully frozen by the government and is awaiting the disposition. That's good enough for people. I originally thought we'd have to spend a lot of effort proving Gerard connections to Sextants, yet within days the Gerard group itself obediently handed over all the evidence. Legal operations, possessions of a heavily lethal primed armed units, obstruction of justice, bribery, murder, assault, intimidation. The crimes of the Gerard group and Rurik are countless. It's understandable that they are so desperate to confess, sever ties, and fight for leniency. I can't believe he hijacked the posse and drove it to the ground. The evidence they submitted dragged out quite a few government officials who had colluded with Rurik over the years. No wonder the Gerard group could run rampant all across the Odessa Oblast. I originally thought Fedya was already pretty high ranking, but once that list came out, a major from the SSA was basically nothing. All over the whole shit. Also, I think... So, if he died in the plane crash, because... Well, not if he died, but since the plane crashed, wouldn't Rurik's body just be pieces? You read the transcript of Fedya's confession, didn't you, Colleen? Yeah. According to the evidence he provided and the PSA's investigation, his entanglement with Rurik and the Gerard group wasn't too deep. Rurik kept many crimes hidden from him, which, ironically, protected him. But he still has to pay for the price of his fraud and malpractice. I heard the Odessa Oblast Supreme Court is considering reducing his sentence. Nafa must have spoken up for him, right? Did he throw him out the plane? No. Doctor jumped out the plane. Maybe the bullet went through him. That can happen. Yeah, they got his body, but was it all intact, you know? That's why I say in pieces. We only provided cooperation for his actions and performance during the Battle of Odessa Bay Bridge. Nafa doesn't mistreat those who help us. That's true. We really didn't mistreat them. Nafa eyes the TV with a meaningful expression. The inauguration speech of the interim chief has begun. Zimmerman, who once always stood in the corner, now stands calmly behind the podium, accepting the flood of camera flashes. You should know that Nafa has no say in whether Zimmerman wins the position of interim chief. Yeah, it's on. It's always on. His close ties with us are known across all of Odessa. Ever since the director arrived, any major or minor event with even the slightest connection, Zimmerman, or rather, interim chief Zimmerman, would invite the director as well. That effective, huh? He used to come dead last in the polls, but in the final poll before the vote, his approval skyrocketed pretty much overnight, leaving the other candidates in the dust. Think we heard it again? It happens. You didn't see the speech he gave before the votes. It was impassioned, watertight, even led residents in mourning and praising the former chief, publicly sharing the former chief's foresight and devotion to Odessa's future and its people. And the media, as if they had agreed in advance, heavily promoted Zimmerman's contributions during the Gerard insurgency, especially how he risked his own business and political career to persuade the Oblast government to accept evacuees. The TV station even made a documentary about how the former chief valued him, and how he inherited the former chief's philosophy of keeping the future of Odessa and its residents at heart. Why does it feel like this was all prepared long in advance? Yes, he held us enormously back then, but it wasn't all his doing. He was the one who initiated it, and the public doesn't care about such details. After voting began, most people who suffered during the insurgency cast their vote for Zimmerman. Then a chain of scandals took down a large portion of the government officials, and meeting candidates withdrew. Business people desperate to find a new patron and politicians wanted to use Zimmerman's connections with NAMFA to restore relations with the central government all voted for him. The one candidate whose stance was unimpeachably correct. Silently, without losing anything himself, he used the shifting situation to turn the board around. This Mr. Zimmerman. Either he is incredibly lucky, or his methods even surpass Rubik's. An election is basically a timed chess match. It's not wrong for him to use every resources to win. On the screen, Zimmerman has already begun his speech. Facing journalists, government officials, and the residents of Odessa farther away, he is composed and speaks eloquently. Genteel, poised, conservative, steady. He is the antithesis of Ruik. The chaos created by the Girard group has reminded the people of Odessa of the horrors of war. Someone like Zimmerman, who can soothe fear like a tranquilizer, really is the leader that Odessa needs. Well, let's hope Odessa finds peace from here on. But looking at the investigation report that Kukai's team sent earlier, the fall of Girard group may not mean much at all. Monty Security, and behind it, the Sec Fabin group, combined with the sightings provided by the commander and the information we collected, we can basically confirm that Paradise has returned, and they're colluding with giant corporations in both the white and green zones. It's just that right now, the sphere of influence is still unclear, so we can't make any of this public. How can this be? 10 years later, and not only has Paradise not died out, they're even gained troublesome new allies. That Blue Spear who almost wiped out Kukai's entire squad earlier, plus Sextans and Dashter. Siege, how many 13 trials do they have? Whoever entered Leva on level 2 earlier was most likely one as well. But she also seemed to be targeting the Girard group. Yeah, I can't make any sense of it. Unable to connect these dots, Linda gives up and continues watching Zimmerman's speech listlessly. Helene, is there any news about the lab that housed the prototype third Jindal? Not for now, but since the situation of Odessa has stabilized, the SSA and NAMFA have already begun an investigation. I'll have to be quick about it. Across the entire UNNC, who knows how many companies like Girard are trying to take roots in the white and green zones. If they truly develop, we're in big trouble. Wait, Leva! Colin, look! Linda points frantically at the TV screen. The camera happens to sweep past a middle-aged man in a suit. A nameplate with Sec Fabin's logo is clearly placed on a desk before him. After the recent elite outbreak, the Odessa Oblast government has come to deeply reflect on our oversight and regulation. Therefore, the Oblast will further integrate medical resources, strengthen inspections and regulatory procedures, and select 2 or 3 manufacturers as production partners. We will never again allow low-quality vaccines of unknown origin to circulate, nor will we allow unlawful groups like the Girard group to exploit loopholes. The Oblast government has already preliminarily selected a number of potential partners. The representatives of these companies are also attending today's event and are seated in the audience. Afterward, the government will conduct a more comprehensive audit on the companies themselves and their production liners. It just appeared like that? A coincidence? Or perhaps that's been Zimmerman's game all along. Did we get played? 3 people in the room sit silently, watching television. The skies of Odessa had cleared. A new shadow had emerged. Pfizer, John Johnson, and Modernia. Sir, the periodic meeting is about to begin. It is very delighted with the gift you sent. It's time. Connect to the comms channel. Yes, sir. Cocoon enters the key and connects to the channel. The screen remains pitch black. Only tiny fluctuations in the volume bar show the presence of several participants. Then the periodic meeting of the Ula conglomerate officially begins. To the representatives of Set Fobbin, welcome. A few scattered claps echo through the speakers. Thank you. It's my honor. By helping us eliminate Gerard, you've shown us plenty of loyalty and goodwill. As long as you don't overstep like Rurik did, we will be partners forever. Sharing technology, wealth, power, we will share this world equally. I look forward to that day. The Lullaby Project has reached a new milestone. Before we move to other topics, let us celebrate. To this moment, and to every moment yet to come. This is such Black Rock. And how about letting our newest member, our most generous friend, offer a toast? Representative Set Fobbin, Winfried. Or perhaps we should respectfully address you as Mr. Zimmerman, Chief of Odessa. No need for formalities. I believe we stand as equals. Zimmerman picks up the wine glass beside him. The gleaming liquid reflects the calm nightscape of Odessa behind him. At this moment, he is immaculately dressed from head to toe, refined yet lofty, like a player of the board who surveys the world from above. For most people, withering in a dream is better than dying horribly under artillery fire. After a brief awakening comes eternal sweet slumber. Let the lullaby hum a little longer. This is how meetings go in Sony. To the age of peace. To the age of peace. The participants are located all over. Some are shrouded in night, some touched by the early dawn. Across the black screen and the visible radio waves, several wine glasses are raised and gently clinked at the edge of the screen. You got that drip. Oh, that's it. That's actually it. Okay, I don't need to do that yet. I enjoy reading that again. That was good. Good clarification. I like that. So I would talk a lot more, but I'm going to be honest with you guys. I'm hungry as fuck right now. So I'm actually just going to end stream. And heat up my food and then pig out and then probably fap and then go to sleep. Maybe. Who knows? The food coma might be too hard. But alright. guys take care. I will see you guys tomorrow. We'll do Lena's story over on CN side.